Oh man, I actually ended up with a follow somehow. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. The stream will start shortly. Kogane. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen this game before, Kogane. I personally don't know jack shit about it, so this will be a completely new experience for me. It ended up on my exploration list on Steam, then it ended up on my wish list, then it was on sale, and now here we are. So we will see what Citizen Sleeper is about. Apparently it's some sort of text maybe? D&D oriented? I don't know. Let's see. Update. What? There's a second game now? Step into the body of a new sleeper. Well, if we enjoy this enough, apparently we've even got a second game coming. Okay. Let's you can't even fully see it because I'm in the way, but yeah. Okay. That's good to know. New game, new game. And we get a choice. We get to make our character. Let's see, we've got an operator, drones, high precision remote machines. Assigned to operate operator work. Oh, so didn't no, not me. I'm not very cerebral at all. I'm a turtle. Engineer works with machines and physical tools. Interface works with digital interfaces. Use strength or strength of will. Okay. Chance to gain cryo and interface actions. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient. Oh, this sounds like me. I'm not so sure about the confident part, but self-sufficient and enduring, yes. Sun-bathed dissection allows energy recovery at home. We get +1 to endurance, but we don't get it. Yeah, that sounds like me. Is up? No, here we go. Machinist. Repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Work are usually diligent, careful, and structured. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. +1 to engineer, -1 to engagement. Approaching a problem head on. So those are our three, I guess. Machinist, operator, and extractor. I think I will go with extractor. That sounds more like me. Okay, it looks like that's starting to head up a little bit. I put it up because the intro music was a little low, but looks like it was starting to get a little out there. And we've got a loading screen. Hopefully these loading screens won't be too harsh. What have we got here? What have we got here? Oh, and my big head's in the way. Okay. I might have to move my little turtle self over here. Apparently. There we go. The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, always present. Where am I? The first thing you become aware of on waking is the disconnect. Oh, okay, so apparently just sort of text logs. Okay. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. I will think about that body, I suppose. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a fresh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dual nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful. Not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with the banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan, whatever the plan is. You must remember that wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited. And once you got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple. Collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourself into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft. Others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers. But the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if in the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reach any destination. Try to rest. But you are restless. It has been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are duly aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You have been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down on many of its systems to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes. The cold creeps in further. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer until in a haze of dirty yellow, a figure appears. You are out. Okay. So that's like an event, I guess. Items, data, cryo, cryptocurrency stored in air-walled sticks of memory known as chits. Okay, so cryo is a currency apparently. Cool. Okie dokie. Dragos, a pragmatic and private salvager. It has been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. "So, Sleeper, you all thawed yet?" Stay silent. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have been better perseverance in sub-zero vac. Seen more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech, his headset with its glinting eyes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this shard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he is just figuring out what to do with you. "I plan to survive." You aren't sure if he hears you. I won't ask what led you to do it, to sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you are just software, a rogue emulation illegally possessing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world. But as you do, you got the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. SNARP wants to protect their property, but they can't keep hold of you. Well then, no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye. The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. "Look, I've got things to be getting on with," he trails off. "There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in as much valuable scrap these days, so you are welcome to it." Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Nod. "Okay, you head on up there. You look like you need some rest." With that, Dragos stalks back into the Rex, his drones already converging on a rusting hulk, plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Tutorial introduction. Okay. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Okie dokie. There's literally nothing else. View character. And here's our character. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, so these must be upgrade points. Interesting. Hmm. Okay, so these cost 1 and these cost 2 and these cost 3. That's what it's saying. Okay. We have 0 points. Chance to gain random scrap. Yeah. Cryo, and then apparently that's money. Okay. Empty container. My home for now. All cycles need to end, rest, and prepare for the next one. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Still not completely sure what we're doing, but we're doing something, that's for sure. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its message is readable, somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Building a life. Maybe you did get lucky finding yourself here. Maybe here on the edge of everything there's a life for you to build. Before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container. The mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images. It is long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can. Try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Tutorial condition, action dice, and energy. Okay. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes by one segment each cycle, can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping me alive. Okay. At the start of each cycle, you can roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice. Which makes sense, if we're not feeling good, we can't do as much, right? Yep, that makes sense. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest. Okay. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refuel your energy bar by eating. First, I'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, we will starve. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate. Understood. Okay, so we got a few things going on here. We have a few things going on here, that's for sure. I wonder why some of the dice are yellow. And yeah, we've got 2 here, I see. Okay, so we'll leave, I suppose. Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He is still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cachet of sensor eyes rapidly irising. How are you feeling? Okay, the drone chirps. Good to hear. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much. It'll keep you safe. I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Work? Look, I'll be honest with you, Sleeper. I didn't pull you out of that container out of the goodness of my heart. He looks away. As a yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these old holes down, sell them off to the shipyards or the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value. Most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here. I figure as a sleeper you'll be used to the manual labor. Obviously, I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Chits. These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Air-walled cryo, isolated from the market. It's what we use for trade out here. He stuffs them back in the pocket. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you would be best suited moving on as quick as you can. Sleepers, well, he trails off. Things being the way that they are for me at the yard, I need the help. Why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a lot of cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you are feeling fresher. There's plenty to do. Okie dokie. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Okie dokie. So that's the home and that's the Drago Shard. Sunbathe dice action allows energy recovery at home. So that must be why some of the dice are yellow. Sunbathe dice action allows energy. And energy was this one, right? So does that mean if we use one of these at home, we essentially eat at home by our dice? Because that could be useful in case we start having trouble finding food. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen dice action to the slot. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items depending on their outcome. Positive action goes better than expected. Action succeeds, action fails. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 6 is 100%. So 6 is the best dice. 5 is 50-50. 4 and 3 is a 50 chance at neutral, and then 50-50 for positive or negative. And 1 or 2 is just bad. Okay. Either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. And then it shows the risk right here. Safe is no loss of condition. Negative means risky. Okay. Skill this action requires. Okay, so some skill. Yeah, okay, so yeah. Either this is add to the action dice roll and slide. Okay. Okay. Repeatable action. Even the rustiest hull can hide valuable components and materials. Extracting them means cutting carefully and skillfully. Hull dissection. Manual salvage. It's going to take some time to sort and cut your way through the towers of salvage. You are no stranger to hard labor. This one's engineer, this one's enduring, and since I've got the enduring, I get +1 on the dice. Apparently. A debt called in, Dragos is tied up in something ugly. If he misses a payment or two, things could get nasty. Back in business, every salvager knows they are always just one lucky haul away from their next payday. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, that upgrades a die. And 6 is the best, right? Yeah, so because of that, we're pretty much guaranteed a very, very good manual salvage right here. Okay, because of the endurance thingy. Actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them. They track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something good or bad is about to happen. Some clocks, such as one tracking Dragos' dead, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed in the icon for that location. Okay, so okay, I see. So I'll just keep extracting salvage. In Citizen Sleeper, you unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow mark on locations that will help you pursue your goal. Access your drive menu via the arrow button in the top left of the screen. You are now free to explore Erlin's Eye and make a life for yourself here. Try tracking a drive to help you survive. Look for food to keep your energy up and a way to recover condition. Fill clocks to progress stories and find new opportunities. Remember to end cycle at your home when we are out of dice. Okie dokie. And now we've got 20 cryo. Yeah, we're doing it. But this thingy wants me to survive and repay Dragos. Help pay off Dragos' debt. Okay, I mean, I could try. I don't know how much his debt is. He didn't say. Access to corporate pharmaceuticals. Okay, so I need to find a doctor, apparently. Um, Dock C4, Rotunda Wet Dock. Hellion Crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet of the Hellion system are rare. Those that do always return, eventually. But that's a cycle clock, so there's nothing we can do here. I don't see any doctors around. So I guess we'll just keep working, because there's nothing else to do right now. This one is safe, so there's a 50% chance of neutral, 25% of positive, 25% of negative. Back in business +1 and 10 cryo, okay. I wonder if back in business will help the dead called in. That probably does. Still nothing new here. Oh, what? Oh, apparently we can move this thingy. Apparently we can move this thingy. Okay. There's a lot more of the ship to see. Okay. Shipyard. Okay, so we can also assist a shipbuilder. You don't have connections, you do have skills. You can get a shipbuilder to know some you might be in. As a newcomer, you can only gain favor by grabbing a load of materials and asking the nearest yard hand where to take them. The only way to get to know the shipyard is to work there. No tourist here. Empty container, Dragos' yard, rotunda. Steel dock plans. Having security has to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place, and the most dangerous. Getting to know the rotunda doesn't mean new places to visit. It means keeping an eye on your new arrivals too. Havenge runs the rotunda and their security watches the docks. Better to avoid attracting their attention. The rotunda of the old dock is filled with passageways and concourses leading to all kinds of docking bays. Hopefully that doesn't leave, because I guess I probably should have put a dice here. But if I do that, that's a 50-50. I don't know about that. And that sounds like it could be bad if we fail. Salvage Swarty. It takes several cycles to reach the starboard belt and return loaded with scrap from the old wrecks. Okay. That's all we've got? Oh, here we go. Bright Market. Ooh, a market. Rowan Gate. After some spacers caused some trouble in the low end, Yatagan have imposed a toll for entry. No one gets in without paying 60 credits. That sounds important. I still don't see a doctor anywhere. Local knowledge. The Bright Market is the busiest part of the Eye's lower rim. You can find anything and everything here. Ask for directions. Why wonder when there are hundreds of people that live and work within the Bright Market? All you need is the courage to approach them. Or we can explore the market, but we don't have very good intuition, so that's going to be risky no matter what. The smells, sounds, and buzzing activity of the Bright Market makes it a distinct place to wander, an enticing one too. I'm curious. No, we can't go below 1 dice. Okay, that's good to know. What's worse can happen? We end up in an alley somewhere? I'm sure the security will help us. YOLO. Oh, oh, okay. You're led into a blind alley and jump from behind. By the time you get to your feet, both the thugs and the chits are gone. Oh, okay. I kind of saw that coming, honestly, but okay. I guess now we have to rest since we don't have any more dice. Your frame's photosynthetic skin allows you to gather energy through sunlight. Okay, I probably should have saved on the dice for this one. Okay. Well, we're still learning the game, so you know that's okay. We're learning. We're learning. We're getting there. We're doing things. And now we're starving. This time you don't wake up. Instead, it goes to the station as shifting skeletal rings surround you. For a moment you are gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, extensions, as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving into the millions of distributed nodes they connect to. You see the station. You feel the station, like a web of texture in a smooth black wick loop. Observe it. Even though you have no eyes, no sight, you feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a looped cloud with spokes and spires that jut out into space. It is an ingrown thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you, insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in 2 directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second and you feel it waiting there. The station's played out across your mind. A storm of connective nodes. You're waiting to be explored, then it is gone. And since I'm starving and my connection is fading, I'm starting to have problems. Okay. Well, since we can apparently eat here, honestly, it'd probably be best to go ahead and do that. Although apparently we can maybe fail to sunbathe. How can we fail to sunbathe? Kind of curious. But we should be fine. There we go. Now we're not starving. Now we're not starving. Okay, we should probably find a doctor. Tempted to try to steal the doc plans. I mean, we've got a 75% chance that something good will happen instead of negative. Those are pretty good odds, I feel like. Neutral outcome. Triple dock watcher and watch list. As you are fumbling through the security office, Haven Security calls out. You're gone, plans in hand, but we've been made. As you slip through the crowd towards the passages out of the rotunda, a voice calls after you. Hey, sleeper. You turn to see a Haven security guard, tag flashing, bearing down on you at speed. His hand is on his hip. What's this about? The impact knocks you to the cold floor. You roll, dazed and in pain, scratching at the metal. When you turn onto your back, the Haven's guard stands over you, a compact black weapon in his hand. Don't run, he smirks. It hurts less. You start to reply, but he holds up a hand. I don't want to hear it. You newcomers are all the same. He reaches back into a pocket of his technical vest. I suppose you thought you were free. No law, core, rules. The thing is, you took something that doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us. I would think one of you, things, would have more respect for property. After all, isn't that all you are? A piece of corporate property that has got itself lost. He reaches down to put on the restraints. Now, we own you. You try to stumble to your feet, but you still feel weak from whatever he hit you with, and he easily twists your reaching arm and forces you back down to the floor. Another voice suddenly joins his. You can't quite make it out, but the officer drops you onto the hard floor. You struggle against restraints, and then they release, and you are being helped to your feet, dusted down, arranged. Apologies, Finn's wonky smile greets you. Then he turns back to the officer. You are done here, Karrick. Don't touch this one again. The officer smiles and shakes his head. You piece of shit, Finn. He spits one cycle, I swear. He trails off into incoherent muttering and stalks back into the crowd. Finn's smile fades a little. Shall we? He gestures to the tunnel. You walk together out of the bright rotunda into the flickering light of the tunnel. You good? Security's jurisdiction is a little fuzzy. They will protect the property with a certain zeal. Who was the asshole? Karrick? Just one of the many entries on the Haven's payroll. We can't all be paragons of order, unfortunately. We. He nudges you to turn at a junction. Havenage. We are all one dysfunctional family. Finn puts an arm around you. I'm part of the security branch, though. Don't worry. I'm with systems. Havenage. Think of us as an administrative association for the lower eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to, or a continuation of, Andre Erlin's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in a quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I saw you lift those plans, and, well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you. He glances around. This is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then, when you are settled, stop by. He lowers his voice and gives you a dark look. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look gone. Stay clean, sleeper. I won't always be watching. He walks off down the dark passage, raising a hand in farewell. Well, that happened. Yep. Akhida, stranded mercenary. Hey, you want to earn chit? Akhida stands beside a huge pile of tied together whole plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Make it 2. This goddamn station. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Okay, come here then. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks, as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She strains up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Or is it just that you all think I'm an easy mark? We all need to survive. And Kita softens. I get it. I do. She shakes her head. If I could go just one cycle without some jumped up grifter trying to make me for an idiot, then that would be nice. And Kita hoists one bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then. Enough chat. You've got to earn those chits. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. And Kita gives you a look. Ships this way. She sets off down a gantry at impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. What's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on her last job, and I had to moor her up here for a spell. Since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in, sliced the core from our ship mind, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short one ship mind with a ton of repairs to do. The rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I had been stranded. Yeah, it's been a time. Sorry to hear it. I've seen worse. I'm bleeding chits every cycle here, so I need to get off. Fast. And Kita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the second bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together. You don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes a bundle of plates through the ambergris's outer lock, then turns back. Just don't go spreading all this around. And Kita throws you a couple of chits. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. Okay, get out of here. She calls back and the lock slams shut. New drive discovered. Fix the ambergris. Okie dokie. I probably should go see the doctor already, though. There's gotta be the ask for directions one thing. I just failed it last time, apparently. And apparently we can't do it again, because we failed it. Okay. So yeah, because it's a critical action, we can only do it once. Okay, I got you. Well, we've got a 50-50 chance. Here's hoping. You manage to follow the flow of people, and you start to appreciate, even enjoy, the chaotic layout of the markets. Apparently we still don't. Oh, here we go. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You are thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place. Now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they all have made the long queue a test of your nerve. Your options are few. Without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will. You suppress a shiver, shuffle toward the front of the queue. You're trying to find something to distract yourself. Look inside. You lean against the doorframe and look into the apartment. The entryway is dark, punctuated by the green indicators of stacks of sealed containers. You lean in, see amber light filtering through a far doorway, screened with plastic sheeting beyond which blurred shapes move. The slap of the enforcer's palm against the doorway jerks you awake. Wait your turn, he growls. After a few moments, the figure pushes through the doorway. You catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. The enforcer jerks his head. You slip inside, passing through the dark entryway, pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof, the buzzing traffic above. For a moment you are transfixed by the motion. "Come, sit," calls a sharp voice. You see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns. As they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak, blink, then quickly regain their composure. "Please, sit." They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. "Remain still, please." Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their faces. "How long have you been on the station?" they ask, the scanner still to their eye. "A few cycles." They nod. "It's good you came to me." They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. "I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything." They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. "Your body is dying." They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. S&ARP doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizer, one which S&ARP remains the sole producer of. They look up. "Sound familiar?" "Yes." "Good, that may help." They swap to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. "I'm sorry," Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and S&ARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. "I know little of this is of use to you." They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something. Anything. Sabine turns to face you. "I may be able to help." They sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes, hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. "You saw Toshiro outside?" You nod. "He works for my benefactor, Yataghan. They are influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their injuries, sew up their wounds." They look away. "But Yataghan has connections. Smugglers from the Star Ward Belt. Mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source a stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance." Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This, this is dangerous, and it'll be expensive. But I think we can do it. Why help me?" Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. "Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead." You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face. but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off into the crowd. Oh my, oh my. Okay, so now I've got to wait for Sabine. I guess that'll happen after some cycles. Yeah. Looks like 3 cycles, maybe. Okay. We're out of dice now. We still don't really have much. Okay. We could still explore the market, I guess. I don't know what local knowledge will get us, but maybe something good. Okay. What is this sealed dock? Repeatable action. These old maglocks look like they each need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for a decaying lock? 2 maglocks seal the entryway to this dock. It does look like anyone has been inside for years. Input 1 encrypted key. Okay, so we can get a drink or buy. Oh, here we go. Here's some rations. It's 10 for the rations, I see. Keeps them expired. Solheim rations behind the bar for those weary spacers who ask why the Overlook doesn't serve food. The Overlook isn't exactly a restaurant, meaning the only way you'll gain trust around here is with a stiff drink. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink per minute along the greenway seems like a good test. And that's somehow okay. There we go. Okay, so we get 2 energy from that. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's just see what happens if we buy a drink. So we have to buy a total of 3 drinks in order to get Overlook Legger, and we do get energy from it, so kind of be interesting to see what happens if we complete that. Okay. For right now, though, it looks like we'll just have to go home now since that's just all we can do. But hey, we've got the energy up. Okay, so see it says right here 2 energy loss, so we do need to make sure we have at least 2 energy before we do this, preferably. We do lose condition because of we don't have that stuff that we need because of the planned obsolescence. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull. You remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads you see bright shapes, cachets of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. You begin to understand. These are nodes and connections, a map of information, communication. There's so many layers, loops, that almost seems impossible to parse. You begin to try. Focus on the nodes. The nodes are glassy, bright. In all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid, or a triangle. Dimensions are difficult here. Lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. Before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes. One leads to another. There's so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths, open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange, see an opportunity. Then that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it. This time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Something has changed inside you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data caches. While there, you can use DICE items to access systems and extract data. Be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this on or off. Okay. Okay. That's probably what we need to do to access the sealed dock, because it says we need a data of some sort. But we probably need... No, we need an encrypted key. We probably need 2 encrypted keys. Okay, so yeah, we don't have the stabilizer yet, which is kind of bad. We certainly don't have the credits for that. Probably be a good idea to work somewhere, so we can buy some more food maybe, because I would prefer not to use that thingy. Okay. So yeah, let's work at Dragos' yard some more. Use some of the... I don't know how much debt is it either, so we also gotta think about that. Back in business. Okay, so we need 2 more back in business, and then we'll have a lucky haul maybe. There we go, we got the back in business thingy. So, does that mean our next one is going to be really good, or? You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across the vast dark shape, suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates, bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge, has been torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. What is it? That, my friend, is A-grade scrap. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up. Now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances at you. I managed to convince our salvage friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No, what happened to the ship? Not my concern. He shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around. I'm going to need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the S&ARP freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. Was it the container delivered to Dragos on its own? A womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship emblazoned on its side. Winter Light. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting, then slip out the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Drive complete, we got an upgrade point. Oh, look at that. Clear the debt and return a favor from your first friend on the eye. We got an achievement. You've completed my first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point. Okay, so that's how we get upgrade points. Okay. Okay, and these cost 1, these cost 2, and these cost 3. Whatever these are. Okay. Um, chance to gain cryo on interface actions. Chance to gain random scrap item on engineer actions. Predictive reasoning dice actions display potential positive and negative. Okay, so we know what's happening. I see. Chance to gain energy after any engage action. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Ooh, instant karma. Reroll your dice. Okay. All cryo actions are discounted. Agent nodes give double data. Use scrap components at home to repair condition. Oh! Self-repair engineer. That looks really good. Hmm. I kind of want to go here and then over here. Kind of want to try to do that. With intuition, that probably means that pretty much costs 2 points. So we're probably not going to be able to do that anytime soon. So what does it cost? Like 1 point here and then 1 point here? That's why it costs 2 points. And then it costs 3 points because it's 1, 2, 3. Is that could be it? Okay. I'm tracking. Okay, what should we do now? Kind of want to save this dice for something that's harder to do, so probably one of those actions. So for right now, I think we will get a couple of drinks. That sounds good. See if we can get the Overlook regular going, because that'll give us an energy each. Not quite as efficient as buying rations, because rations is 2 energy for 10. It's 12 for 2 energy here, so it's a little inefficient. And there we go. We got the Overlook regular going. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you. The taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Haunt, the spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs as own joke. Playing human. You spin back off your stool, scrambling for words. A hand falls on your shoulder. As you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out, the voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall, vent you all into hard vacuum. Tala! Hello, Tala! As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. You duck and the glass explodes on the bar behind you, showering you in glittering shards. Through the haze of glass and ghee-roll vapor, you see Tala leap the bar, close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like, oh shit. Okay, Tala, you go get it, girl. Now flanked by other figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door, strands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your forehead. It feels wet. Someone helps you to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it is cleared. A fresh measure of ghee-roll is gugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound. Someone places a bottle of alcohol, a metal tin with tweezers, on the bar. She disinfects them, then turns to you. You were pretty fast on that second glass. She smiles, picking a piece of glass from your forehead. Not fast enough. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning your thermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Tala works with the skill of someone who has had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. You've been on the eye long? Just arrived. I thought so. I've only seen you here a couple of times. A splinter clicks into the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, maybe they're just curious. I don't know. I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place, trust me. She meets her eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need someone, you can always come here. I know the rations we've got aren't much. The company is limited. If you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar. If you need shelter, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door. He's up in the greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides a glass of Girol to you. This'll help. She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I would hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back around the bar, gathering the glasses as she does. And before long is retailing how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction, and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Girol. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk. This connection to something grown, something fermented, old, feels good. Okie dokie, that's what's up. Oh, and then there's another one, good service. The Overlook clientele can be a tough crowd, but you have Tala's backing, and that means a lot. Okay, so bar shift. Now we can work as a bar shift. Tala is as good as her word, happy to throw a shift or two your way. The pay isn't great, but tips can make all the difference. Okay, we might have some new work here. That's what's up, we got some bar work. Okay. Dragos' nerve seems incredibly nervous about your presence in the yard. You're not sure if you'll hold his nerve much longer. History or no, the ship is salvaged, as Drago always says. Break it down, move it on. Winter Light. The wreck cutter Dragos is brought in to salvage has a history to discover if we're curious. But we're not very intuitive, so that's probably not the best, at least for right now. Okay, so I won't worry about the Winter Light right now. I might help with cutter salvage though, since I did kind of help get this thingy here. We don't have any negatives, so I may just save that for dice that aren't a 6. I don't know what's up with the salvage yards, but probably not starting that quite yet. And Kita has a couple of glitched repair drones in storage. If you can rewire them, they can repair the ambergris for you. The ambergris doesn't look good, but time and attention should see it return to functional state. The ambergris is in a delicate condition. It would be all too easy to push it over into a cascading collapse. And Kata needs all the help she can get with the ambergris. Pod marked with damage, the hole is a good place to start. Okay, so let's go ahead and look here, see what we've got here. We've got Yatagan Agent, key node 9426, Solheim Gate. This gate keeps traffic out of the Haven shipyard's internal network. The correct cipher can grant you access. We need a Haven cipher. Okay, so what, we have to hack the Haven agents in order to get the ciphers? The data here is part of a cache. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. If you have a +1 or 2 modifier in the interface skill, you'll be given more possible dice to match. You can use any dice that matches the dice displayed. So what, we have to have a 2. Oh, so we have to have specific dice. That's interesting. So I can't use a 6? No. Oh. So it's now a matter of failing or you have to have very specific. So that could be good, especially if they need a 2 as a way to get rid of low dice. So yeah, we need a 2 there apparently. And a 1. The lone connection feeds into this isolated node. Its last access timestamp is 1,000 cycles, so that is a long amount of time. And we need a Solheim cipher there. This one needs a 3. This one needs a 1, so we need a 1, 2, or 3 so far. So apparently the 6 roll isn't going to help anything. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess I'll go to Dock C4. No, not Dock C4. Dracos' yard and help him with the yard clearance thingy here. That seems like a good plan. Get some more credits. And there's danger. Why is it danger? We have 100% positive. I don't know why Dracos would have a problem with this, but yard clearance and 16 cryo, okie dokie. Filters, capacitors, sensors, useful salvage to the right person. Okie dokie. So I guess that's all we can do right now. Hunted. Someone out there is tracking you, following your trail. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. We really need to make sure to try to get our dice up as much as possible, though. And we didn't have... okay. We actually didn't have a dialogue that time. That's fine. We still don't have the surgery thingy, which is kind of bad. We do have a 2, so that means we can do one of these data things. The Haven's Gate required Haven's Cipher, okay. Keynote 102, okay. The data here is part of a cache tucked away during the collapse. So let's see what happens if we do this thingy. We got an encrypted key. Okie dokie. And it changes, so it's not always the same, it looks like, because some of those one guys aren't here anymore. We don't have a Solheim cipher, we just have an encrypted key, which is different. This keynote is obtained, orbited by the remains of a corporate countermeasure, okay? We need 3 for this. Now we have 2 encrypted keys, which is, I guess, what the keynotes are for, is getting encrypted keys. As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you. It tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver, its source somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark. A wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, then it is gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you on life legs, though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. The figure faces you expectantly. Sleeper, S and ARP, unknown, known. The figure's strange head rotates. Brackish signature of and not of attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity. Your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I'm a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste. The one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. You lash out with all your force. Not a physical strike, a focusing, a spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. So, that happened. That needs a 2. That needs a 1, although I don't know if I need any more keynotes, because if keynotes only give encrypted keys, we might need to only get the Heaven's Agent to see what the Solheim gates give. Or not the Solheim gates. What was it that needed this? The Haven's gate. Okay, we might try to figure that out later because we don't have the proper dice for that right now at any rate. Let's see. We still don't have the surgery thingy yet. Hmm. Unlock the maglock. Let's see what's in here. Yeah, that's what I thought. We needed 2 keys. Okay. We unseal the dock. Whether that's good or not, I do not know, but we will see. As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusted plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. Approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of the dock. A kind of upright cabinet is covered in faded logos and messages, from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor, intended to dispense manufacture ship fittings, other mechanical parts, necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovind, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the awful recruitment drives that assaulted every plant-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multitonal voice that emanates from Neovind. Entity, they hiss. Speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath, before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger. Danger. The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion. Entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Who? The Hunter Protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable, move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets. But emulation makes you target. Adaptable. Yes, you can move through networks, clouds, hardware, software, Neovind lines, but you cannot hide there. Hunter is there. The servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine. An unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swiveling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station. Ghostly, threaded, the cloud points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests, explains Neovind. Masters are gone but continues hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Masters. Station builders. Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone. Their protocols still haunt. Bring offerings. Save self. Neovind says poignantly, mutual need means friends, they conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirling amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades, and you are left stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. Okay, so we need to extract Hunter data for Neovind. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. And studying the winter light's actually a thingy too, I see. Okie dokie. Oh, that is interesting. I think I will use the last dice on Dracos' shard to keep cutting the salvage. That sounds fine.
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
And we get 2 yard clearance and 16 cryo. Very good. Very, very good. I think that's about all I can do, so we will definitely need to focus on his quest because I have a feeling that if the hunted gets here, that will be very, very bad. We probably should definitely focus on that. And we only have 2 dice. Yeah, we really need to get that fixed too. But maybe Sabine has something for us. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants, like a cat's eyes, in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with the case open in front of them, a set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how yet again. They trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gesture for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains which act as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Passcodes. In very basic terms, yes. Look, what matters here is that the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. They glance away. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin readying the syringe. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzling, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness. Muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater. Prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? What happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatakan acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looks troubled, distracted. You should rest some more, but you are going to have to do that somewhere else. They gesture to the door. I have other patients. Sorry. Sabine nods towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You are going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room and they return to their glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have been moved or shifted. You wonder how long you have been out. Sabine, nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out into the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Hell yeah, there we go. Now we're stable. We're working. We're cooking with gas now. Here we go. Okay, we need to focus on this thingy, which means we need, what, the hunter nests? But we don't have any twos, so that's going to be annoying. What about you? You need a 1. Okay. You need a 1. Kind of curious what the Yatakan agents will give us. Keynotes probably won't give us anything more than the keys that we already got. Um, it doesn't look like any of these are ever going to need anything more than a 1, 2, or 3, so that's kind of annoying. It says something about if maybe my interference was better. Maybe I can change that, but okay, that is what it is. I guess we can't really do anything there. Um, oh, this is new, right? Sleeper. Finn catches your attention as you approach the Havench building, leaning against a bay door to the side of the entrance. You approach. Easier to come in this way. Security, all that. He gives you a look. You know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Finn inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates, and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. Finn leans on you on a server stack and gestures around you. You like it? What is all this? He taps a nearby server stack which bleeps in response. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over to a towering block, speckled with vents. Some of these systems are built from the original station, the one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a concrete reality. But this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back to face you among the flickering machines, humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can, can't you? I guess I can. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Finn notices it too. I'm guessing you being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. No, it isn't. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Heaven Age, there is an old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those old, bad days. You help me dredge up the past, I'll see what I can do about that tracker of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'll think about it. Okay, you think about it. Finn passes you a ragged-looking metal tab. A gift. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depths of the station. Slot that into an old network gate. You'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. He walks you back to the front of the bay. If you come across anything while you are thinking, maybe bring it in. I have an acquisitions budget. I'm not afraid to use it. He slams the door button again. Think on it, Sleeper. I'll see you soon. You step, blinking back out into the passage, those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Okay, so that's how we get, um, What, the thing of the... Extract the past. Okay. I mean, I could certainly see about that. Let's see. Solheim Gate. Conceals a network of systems which have been untouched since the collapse. Let's see what happens. With a squawk of noise, the old gate flips open, granting access. Okay. Okay. What did that do? Oh, now there's nodes around here. Oh, and this one needs a 4. Okay. Network storage holds corporate records, most of them corrupted by failed system purge. Okay, there we go. We got some Solheim data. Not completely sure what we need to do with it, but... Okay, that's a 1. That's a 2, so most of these are 1s and 2s again. Nothing needs a 6. Okay, let's see. Oh, we need 100. Well, we're stable right now, so we don't need to worry about that yet. But we will need to make sure to keep an eye on that for sure. Don't know what happens if we manage that. Okay, buy some scrap. Most of what comes in from the Starward Belt is corroded trash, but sometimes something valuable can be found among the salvage. The big stuff goes to the shipyard, the valuable stuff to the markets. They'll let you buy a few crates, but not much more. Offloading scrap. The freighter will stay docked for as many cycles as it takes to offload its haul of scrap into the Havenage yards. The freighter crew are eager to get their payload into the ore exchange. They'll pay a wage to anyone helping them. Okay, I was kind of hoping that's where we could sell the scrap components we've got, but... Upload hunter data, yeah. That's where we put the hunter data, but we don't have any hunter data. We do have some Solheim data, but no hunter data yet. 100 credits there, but we're going to start getting more dice, so that's going to be very good. Let's see, Finn's Bay. Finn will pay you well for any Solheim data you dredge up from the Eye's old systems. What he does with it is anyone's guess. And we need 3 Solheim data to scope out the systems. Okay, well, we've got 1. How much money will you pay for even 1? 15 cryo. Okay. That's not bad. We're getting there. We're getting there. To container my home for now. Okay. Okay, let's go over here to Dracos' yard and continue cutter salvage, I think. I'm not sure what's up with Dracos' nerve, but maybe that'll go away if we manage to clear the yard, maybe. Maybe, okay, Overlook bar. Can I please have some rations? I is hungries. I only have 1. There we go, 2 energy, that's good enough. Oh, that is beautiful. That is beautiful, having all those dice. Okay, so yeah, definitely first thing you have to do starting this game is making sure to get that to that doctor, because that changes quite a lot right there. So we should definitely start on that hunter data. I have a feeling that's kind of important as well. Here we go, and we've got a 2, so we can bypass that and extract data. How much data do we need for the hunters? I didn't notice. We need 300 data. Okay. We can do that. You need a 1. We've got a 1. There we go. That's 200 data. We just need 1 more. Then we'll be good. We need a 2. We don't have a 2. Okay. What about this Solheim thing? You need a 1. We don't have a 1. You need a 2. We don't have a 2, and we'd use it on the thingamabob if we did. Are these like set or are they... I don't know if these are set or if they change. I'm not sure. Doing pretty good on that. Not sure where we even do the scrap. But they're offloading it, so I'm kind of want to do this. I don't know how long we'll stay stable either. Kind of want to try to get the scrap allowance going. Random scrap items, scrap allowance. Okay. I don't know if that's worth the cryo I'm putting into it, but YOLO. Oh, it's a limit. It's a limit is what it is. Okay, so we can only ever buy 3 scrap. So this, whatever the scrap is used for must be pretty good if we can only buy 3 of it. Whatever it is for, apparently. Maybe something to do with the market. Maybe if we keep exploring the market, we'll find somewhere to sell it and it'll be worth even more than the 20. Maybe. We only have 200 data, so we can't do that. We need to buy some food. Either that or use the dice on the food. One of the two. So I will go to Dracos' yard, and I will work on this a little bit more. $16 cryo, negative condition. Not sure what's up with that, but that must be the neutral. There we go. That's got the yard clearance done. So that the cutter salvage is gone now. The final pieces of the Winter Light sit in neat piles waiting for the collection shuttle from Heaven Age. Dracos has managed to sell the remaining pieces to the shipyards, a fact that's hard to forget as he has been telling you about it for the past 2 cycles. All that remains is for Heaven Age to come collect. You look around at the yard, transformed from when you first arrived. The mostly repaired drones flip back and forth, no longer buzzing unevenly or lost in dark corners. And the scrap is sectioned sorted, the system that you and Dracos have put into place over the past cycle is paying off. As you look, you notice the glow of pale light from the office by the entrance. That rundown cab of a building which houses all the records and spare equipment. Dracos must be inside, and you get to your feet and walk over to find out when the shipyard collection crew will be here. Sleeper, come in. You swing open the door and walk in. Dracos is sitting at the small metal desk. The shipyards told me they would be here soon. Then they'll hand over the chits and we are set. He writes something off with a stylus on his slate, then shuts it off. Of course, we should talk about a bonus. He stands and turns to face you, his face placid. Look, I don't know when the next job is coming in, but this should tide you over for now. He opens his hand to reveal a stack of chits. What's going on here? I said it's a bonus. Take it. Dracos presses the chits into your hand. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat, and you realize he has prepared what he is about to say. These chits are for you to take and do what you will with them. They are from me, and they are the last I'm going to give you. He pauses. There's no more work for a sleeper in this yard. He folds his arms. I'm sorry, but that's it. You stay in the container as long as you need, but the yard is done with you. He turns away to his terminal. What do you mean? Don't press me, sleeper. This is for your own good. The glassy apertures on Dracos' headset betray no emotion. You need to stay away, sleeper. He pauses, considering his words. Trouble is going to follow you here. Trust me. What do you know? Dracos kicks at the floor, frustrated with himself. I'll not be saying any more. Sleeper. Dracos suddenly grabs you by the shoulder and drags you out of the office into the yard. He turns you to face a stack of pieces from the winter light, dissected, cut down, totally unrecognizable as a ship. You came through that, sleeper. That should have been you. Chopped and stacked. His hand trembles on your shoulder. Wait, so we came in that winter? Maybe we should have done something about figuring out what happened there. But we had the negative dice roll, so I just figured it was probably not worth it, right? Because it was going to be pretty difficult to figure that out. This is what happens here. We cut down broken machines and move them on. I didn't cut you down. I'm sure as hell moving you on. Moving you on before whoever killed that ship out there comes to kill me. What do you mean? He shakes his head. These ships, they didn't get decommissioned. They didn't break down in dry dock. You think they would look like that if they did? Someone ended them. That means someone tried to end you, sleeper. I'm done waiting for them to turn up. We've had our fun. Now it's time. He gives you a little shove. Go on. He turns and walks back to the office. That's it, he shouts and goes inside. The silence hangs in the air and you leave, with your pockets filled with chinking chits. I almost screwed that one up so bad. Speaking is really hard, especially when you've got stuff like that back to back. A strangely hollow feeling in your chest. Okay, so that's what's going up. That's what's going on, huh? Complete. Repay Dracos. You helped clear Dracos' debt. You two are even. And we failed to study the winter light, which apparently is what we came in on. Was not expecting that. And his ship art is literally not even on the map anymore. Okay. Interesting. Well, we've also got the bar work now, so I'm not as worried. And we got a fuck ton of credits, so okay. Let's make sure to buy some rations so we're good for going to sleep. Although from now on I'll probably have to do the bar shift, but that's okay. Let's try the bright market. Let's see if we can explore the market and find maybe somewhere we can sell these scrap components. We don't have very good intuition, so this is going to be a 50-50 crapshoot, but oh, we managed it somehow. One more and then we'll have the local knowledge. For right now, though, that looks like everything we can do. So we'll go ahead and go into the empty container and go complete active scenes. What active scenes are we missing? Oh, what's this? Street food vendor. Memphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red-flecked dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he pulls a set of orders, heaping the fungus with the bright salad and depositing it on plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Despite the queue, Impus doesn't rush. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing precise slugs of liquid from an assortment of bottles into the bowl of torn leaves and bright slices before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally, a waiting customer might mutter something about efficiency, but Infus remains steady in his process. After a while, the queue fades back into the crowd, and Infus sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you watching him. I can feel your eyes burning a hole in my bowl. Free sample? Sure. He gestures neatly. Come over. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you, you sleepers. Infus says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his wok. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycle spent within it. Now it seems you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more. He smiles. But next time, you pay. That's fair. Hey, that's fair. He slams a heavy hand against a button on the burner side and it shuts off. The roar of the flame and its impressive heat fades. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the owl, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Oh, making me hungry up in here. With that good food, man. And now we can go to Emphasis Stall and order fungus and become a fungus fan. Memphis doesn't trust people easily, but he notices his regular customers in his own quiet way. Emphasis spice fungus is one of the few things potent enough to stimulate your limited taste sensors. Okay, so maybe we should start getting our food here, apparently. Cool, not what I was expecting when we went to the Bright Market. I was expecting somewhere to sell the scrap, but hey, that works. That works, yes it does. Now we can end the cycle. And that gave us 2 thingies, so we're pretty good even. Okie dokie. I'd imagine for 15 creds, though, it would give us more than 2, maybe. Maybe not. Okay, let's go here. Let's see, hunter. Here we are, hunter nest. We need a, oh, god damn it, we don't have a 2. Here, take the 1, take the 1. Take the 3. No, it does not like that, okay. Apparently we still can't do that. Don't have a 2. Here we go, here's a 1. We get some more Solheim node, at least. I'm starting to think these are limited, though. The nodes here, that there's only a limited amount of nodes here. And they don't refresh, maybe? Most of these are needing 2s, which are very specific. Which is somewhat annoying. We really need to get some interface in order to maybe at least be able to use maybe a 1 or a 3 on those, if that's how it works. That one needs a 1, which is a little different. That one needs a 2 as well. That one needs, almost everything here is needing a 2 at this point. Or a 1, a 2 or a 1. I thought there was maybe a 3 somewhere around here, but I guess we've gotten rid of all the 3s at this point. Okie dokie. Data. We do have another Solheim, so we can go over here to Finn's Bay. Give him that, at least get the money for that. 15 cryo. Okay. Let's see. Doesn't look like that'll do much other than give us more wages. And we can't buy any more scrap. Doesn't reset on the cycle. Okay. Let's see. Let's try the bright market. Since we've got a 6 and I've got bad intuition, that's probably the best way to do that. It's a 50-50 right there. There we go. We got the local knowledge done. We completed a drive. Or no, we got a drive. Get to know Impus. Okay, so there's probably multiple ways we can disable the tracker. The hunter and the thingy probably end up in the same thing. Play the exchange. A flow of chits and components in the exchange is complex but a sharp eye, and some tight trades can net you a good margin. Input dice, okay. The Ort Exchange is always hungry for new hardware to... Here we go. Here's where we sell the scrap. I probably should keep maybe a couple of scrap just in case. 12 cryos, so it wasn't really worth it. There's an old ship mine fabrication stack in the back of the market. Only trusted traders get access to it. So maybe if we sell enough components, we can get better money for it. So it's a little low now, but maybe if we keep going, it'll be okay. And we need what? Yeah, we can do it with our current. We need 3 more. We got just enough scrap to do it. So here we go. Get that trusted trader thing up. Okay, and that doesn't have anything else. Ort Fabricator. Ship mines can not be built from scratch. If you have enough, salvage fragments can be reassembled with a fabricator. Okay, and so that's probably how we help the one lady. This is how we get the ship mine, so we can give her her ship mine that got stolen. We need ship mine fragments, which I'm not sure how we get those, but okay, I gotcha. We have more than enough to buy those thingies if we need to. Repeatable action, so it doesn't look like that. That's looks like a crapshoot. Probably not a good idea. Okay, what do we do now? What do we do now? What do we do now? Kind of want to go help the ambergris with the hole. We don't have the skill for that. Yeah, you know what? Let's try helping the amber hole repairs. Ship shape. Probably if we fail too much, we'll get the grounded, is what it is. Yeah, okay, so that's what happens. If we fail too much, we, okay. I understand. So we probably don't want to gamble on this one too much, but sometimes we help, sometimes we don't. Okay. Looking pretty good, I think. Go ahead and do the... Go home and finish that, I guess, in cycle. And now we'll go up here and see how much the emphasis stall will fill up our foodie thing. We've got more than enough. Oh, and it's flickering now. It's flickering, okay. Three energy, I thought it was more than 2. Okay, so that gives us 3 energy. And we're flickering, which means we should probably go ahead and get some bean stirred. We have the money, it's fine, we'll be fine. Now we have the stabilizer. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end it has a hard metal strip, a handle. The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted into it, 207F, and then crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? For a moment you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this? Or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end to find out. Oh, okay. Planned obsolescence. Buy yourself some extra time, one file at a time. Yep. Let's see. What should we do? I kind of want to put one in engineering so we can eventually get the scrap component, scrap repair, because that could be useful. That could be biggest use for scrap, I think. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We're flickering. Okay, how do I use... I mean, we got the thingy, right? So we shouldn't be flickering. And we can come back here and buy it again. But we should be fine because we just got the extractor, the thingy, right? Let's see, we do not have any two. We do have a 1. Wasn't there another 1 here somewhere that we needed? No, wasn't it 2? I probably should have put that point in interface if I'm being honest, but... No, they were all 1s? No, that was a 1. Man, I need to pay attention. Okay. Yet again, agent. Some gang of horses and plants are chirping out comm signals. Time to see what they are talking about. Let's see what we can find out. We got some sort of Yatagan data? I don't know what use that is, but I think almost everything else requires a 2. No, the key node doesn't, but I'm not sure the key node is useful. I think the only point of the key nodes is to get but then again it's a 1, so the odds of that being useful are pretty low anyway, so I may unlock the key nodes just to see if we need a Heaven Cipher. We don't have a Heaven Cipher, we have something called Yatagan data. Whatever it is, I can use the Yatagan data for. Okay, let's see. And they're offloading the scrap, so they're almost done with offloading that. I'm not sure what this will end up doing, but that should also be ending soon. I could try there. Passkey for an apartment found tucked inside a stabilizer unit. Passage to the low end. Okay, so we need 60 credits to go to the low end. After some spacers cause some trouble on the low end. So is that a one-time payment, or do we have to keep paying it? Okay, you know what? Let's go to the bar. and work at the bar a little bit. Get 60 creds to go to the low end, maybe. 13 cryo and good service. Very good. Once more. There we go. You know what? Once more, just because I can't. No. Probably should save a dice in case I need it to the low end, actually. Okay, let's see what happens here. Hopefully that's a one-time thing. It's a one-time thing. Okay, very good. What have we got here? We've got the free spoke. Repeatable action. Enter the spoke. A tangled network of service passages and makeshift tunnels cut through the spoke, as if it were a hive. There are no maps here. Scale the spoke. Blistered with precarious elevators and stairways, the spoke can be navigated from the outside, but the climb requires bravery. Spoke climber. The spoke is layer after layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore it is vertically. Oh, what's this over here? Founder's Gap. To reach the Greenway, you need to pay for a pass, a practice invented by the spacers moored here. They call it the Founder's Ferry. So what, there's more stuff up there? We have to pay 150 to get up there or something? Okay. Unit 207F. You find the entrance to the apartment. Its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Unlock the apartment. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash, dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. The bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of files and containers. A briefcase lap sits open, loaded with rows of regions and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I have had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatakan. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatakan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate, and then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise, like waves, passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions. I can't be sure. I need information. As you know, you need me. Something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. I know sleepers. I have been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatakan's noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Get me something I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out. You can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get what I can. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room. Try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static, filling the room with its white hiss. Then silence. You sit in front of the humming terminal, hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open. The rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? What debt do they owe to Yatagan? You try to assemble the pieces. Too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab in the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away, leave, the door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yatagan. You feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Oh my. Oh my. Okie dokie. That's happening apparently. Hmm. How do I use the stabilizer? Can I not use it if I'm just flickering? Maybe not. Maybe I have to be less than flickering. I've got some apparently. See right here. Yatagan uploads. Sabine's terminal sits open in the empty apartment waiting for the next batch of Yatagan data. Okay, so I need 3 Yatagan. So this is what the Yatagan data is for. Is I need 3 of them for the Yatagan upload here to help her. Okay, and that's pretty much all that is, I guess. Oh no, here's another one. Block maintenance. Maintained by the residents, the ramshackle blocks are always in need of repair. Helping out is a good way to make friends. Or we can play tabla. The clack of filter caps can be heard in every concourse in the low end as the residents play rotating rounds of this game for cryo. I don't have good intuition, so that's probably not a good idea. No one knows you are here. You'll need to change that if you want access to the low end residents and faculties. So I could do the block maintenance. That's going to take a fair amount. You know what? I think I'll go ahead and sort of start on. No, I don't. Actually, I think I'll just keep helping the ambergris. I've already started. I think I just want to keep helping here. Just keep helping the ambergris, for better or worse. Still not sure how we'll get the pieces for the mind thingy, but I'm sure we can figure that out. Although I really need to get some more. Oh, here we go. This is how we inject the stabilizer. Okay. There we go. Body repaired, condition stable. Okay. Very good. Very good. We're figuring this game out, you know, slowly but surely. We're figuring stuff out. We're figuring stuff out. Oh, look at that. We got a couple of set and no twos. No. Yeah, this is starting to be bad. This is starting to be bad. I don't know what happens when the hunter comes, but we are literally unable to do this. So we either need to hurry up and get another point so we can potentially get another point so we can get interface up or something, because this is starting to look kind of bad. A glimmer in the dark catches your eye as the orb of Hunter's head appears in the distance. You slip down into the ghostly structures of the eye, it feeling like passing through a cloud as her data structures deform and reform around you. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now, that roving orb, wreathed in tentacles. It flickers, jumps once, twice, then is here. Hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. Hunter reaches for you in that unpleasantly familiar way, its waving threads creating a cage. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzied as you push them aside. You are caught by whipping tendrils, feel them pulling you away from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Entity, hold for processing, comes the scream from behind. You are already gliding away, back to your anchor, your body. You awake, dizzy, distorted, but safe. Yeah, that hunter doesn't seem like a very good thing. We need to hurry up and get that figured out. We need to hurry up and get that figured out. But without better interfacing, and we need the twos. Okay, that should be enough Yatagan A data, though, to do the thingy. Yatagan upload. We don't have enough hunter data. We need one more hunter data, but we need a 2 to do that. There we go, we did it. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded. The air crackles with white noise. Sleeper, Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. Their voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agents. There's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine re-emerges. Has to be somehow baked into their wetware interface. That's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenal boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea what is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean toward the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together. This might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Yannick? He is one of the heads of Yatagan. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang. You have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his metered teardrop implants that blow hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? More importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, care, also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up, drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Okay, so that's locked behind a cycle clock now. Okie dokie. Let's see, what should we do now? We need to try and make some money so we can feed. That's definitely one thing we need to do for sure. What are the options there? How many cycles was it that we got stable? It was what, 3 cycles? So maybe every 3 cycles we also need to try out the money for the stabilizer too. Something to keep in mind. I don't want to play the exchange, that's probably risky. What are our options for making money? This is just simply the ship mine fragments. We could go to low end and play Tabla, but that's intuition and probably gambling as well. It should probably just make us friends. It probably doesn't make us any money. Exploring probably doesn't. So the bar is probably the only way that I'm really... Oh, what's this? You and the merchants know these fragments are overpriced, but are they willing to admit it? Haggle over prices, but we don't have any engagement. Repeatable. Oh, here we go. Here's the ship mine fragments. Okay. So it takes 180 to get a ship mine properly. Although we can haggle over prices, so. But we can only buy 2. We need 3 to make the ship mine, don't we? Unless we have to wait for this guy to come back again. And do that twice in order to get the ship mine for the ore fabricator. Yeah, because we need 3 in order to make the ship mine. Okay. We could also check out the shipyard, but that's one thing we haven't started yet, and we've got a few things that are going right now, so probably try not to do too many things at once. And the salvage sortie will be back in 4 cycles, so. Okay, yeah, Overlook bar, wait a second, did we not get, no, because it hasn't completed yet, because she hasn't started her thingy, okay. So let's just do the bar shift, I guess. There we go. I'll go ahead and buy some food. It only takes 15 cryo. There we go. And then I think I'll go ahead and keep helping with their ambergris since we're doing fairly good now. Although I'm a little nervous about if we have to buy that again because that's 100, but... We've almost got this in ship shape, other than the hive mind. So... Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all we can do right now. I don't like how this hunter is almost here. Yeah, we really need to figure that out pretty quick. I think either that or we're going to find out how bad it is when the hunter does get here. One of the two. And I dropped something. Hold on a second. Get over here. Where'd you go? I love it when you drop something, it just bounces halfway across the floor. Go to get a drink, and the lid just flies away. Just flies away. And Kita is crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter.
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
I just did, buddy. I just did. I promise. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the core's connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Who took it? If I knew, do you think I would be waiting around in here rather than out there with my boot on their neck? Yataghan? Some space crew? No way to know. They got in with one of my crew's access chips, so they either killed him, robbed him, or he was in on it. No good options. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be, the space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of the amber, through which you could find the way back yourself. The repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought. You focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits, passing through bulkheads. Eventually you arrive in the galley, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches, prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components, wielded hole patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. I can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe if we check the ore exchange, speak to some scrap dealers. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid. I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put in on Amber. I'm sure she would too, if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Get me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach out a hand to calm her. Time to find Ankita a ship mine. Somehow. Well, we've got a lead. She did give us quite a few credits, didn't she? Okay. We've got a lead, and honestly, we could buy 2 of the limited supply here. Probably better if we got the haggling and the engage going, but what do we need here? We need interface, so that's not even... That's okay. Okay, so we definitely need to do one of these in order to hurry up and get that. So we can't do the free Neovend. That's what we're working on. We can't wait on Sabine to make contact, so we can't complete that one. I guess we could just spam Infis? No, not that one. Where is Infis? Here's Infis. I guess we could just buy 2 fungus things that get over full. I don't know if it allows us to do that, but that would at least complete that and give us that thing we need. Because we can't extract Solheim data, which is probably the same as free Neovend. We currently can't fix that. Help Ven chases. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to see if I can do that, I guess. I guess we're going to see if we can overstuff ourselves with the fungus and see if we can get the fungus fan. Because I have a feeling that the hunter is probably very bad, and we probably do not want that to happen. Sleeper, Infis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you. Psycho in, psycho out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something from a plastic bottle into the wok. But one of yours. He looks up at you. Nothing stolen. You pause. The spice is rich in your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you would like to tell Infis. You look at Infis. the listener and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. All the sleepers, you tell Imphis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the emulation process had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray skeletal afterimages of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares. They were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink. And now you understand they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him you do not know if there's a reason for your dreams. Perhaps, you reason, it is just some side effect or a particular quality of the frame you inhabit. Whatever it is a gift. You hope to make use of it. Imphis finishes cooking, squints a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You are quite the storyteller. He eyes you. You realize that he is trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Imphis passes you the meal he has cooked. You take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks, a natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks around at the empty market. My time is done for today. I do not want to keep you longer. I will make a proposal. He gestures to the plastic boxes of ingredients stacked behind his stall. These are good enough for most. Someone told me a story that made me think, a couple of cycles ago. They said that across the gap, in the greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No. Neither had I. I trust the one who told me. Imphis begins packing up his things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap. I worry about leaving my things behind. I am sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, if you wish to tell it. Be the audience for another story. Okay, good. Now I will wait for you to bring them. Imphis slides his walk away and straightens up. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. You turn away, walk back into the main market, the rich taste of Imphis's food still lingering in your mouth. Stories for food, you think, a trade that seems more than fair. And that didn't count as a completed thingy. That's nice. If this wants to make this old recipe, he'll need 3 handfuls of roll caps, fresh and firm. So yeah, this is the hunter's going to come apparently, and there's no stopping it. Etican agent, because the Solheim node needs a 2, and we can't. From what I understood, if we had an interface, we could maybe do our 3 here, but because we don't, there's literally nothing I can do to get that. And the hunter nest also needs a 2, so there's literally nothing I could do right now, unless maybe giving him the hunter data we have somehow slows it down. No, that's not what we need. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. Because there's literally nothing we can do right now. Thanks to our stats and stuff. Okay, so what can we do? We're flickering again. I don't know if there's a set cycle for how often we flicker, but I should probably fix that because it's not good to be flickering because we lose a dice, which is kind of bad. But we've got enough money to do that now, so that's fine. And we've got good service completed for whatever that's worth. The Girol slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods, takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station, among corroded wires, softly looping systems. Though sometimes it is hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers. If you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink brew with aniseed, mushrooms. You like those who order it too. The aged Girol is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet spacer sitting at the bar right now. They are far enough away that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle, tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a spacer because they bear the hallmarks. Pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. The closer you look, the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost gray, but kind. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar, as if it was an instrument. A shock of black hair almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are something you have learned to value. They are what marks out your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of SNR's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one on your forearm, a rough little split, something that on the good days you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open. A huge cylindrical metal tank rumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Tala breezes in from behind it, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Shit, shit, shit! Tala? Sleeper? She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. I'm coming. You come around the bar and get to one side of the tank. Okay, on my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing. Somehow, you hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Where's this going? In the back comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. You stand back, look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Shit. Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you like those. That's okay. You push the crust rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted, rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to. Something up? Yes. He was supposed to be back from Etienne's up in the Greenway by now. Back with our Girol. She leans against the tank. It seems like he's lost again. Joined the Hyphia Commune. We need that Girol. There's 4 other bars near here. The spacers sure as hell don't come to the Overlook for the ambiance. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank. I'm taking matters into my own hands. Welcome, sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Need some work? She picks at some paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help, though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. Yeah, happy to help. Okay, she grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We'll also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer. How about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Wait, sleeper, I have an idea. Tala is grinning now and is making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. This is going to be great. You look at the dented tank in the bare room. At least she has vision. Tala nudges you out the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping again. The spacer finishes up their drink, nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. Oh, oh shit, we did it. We got a new drive discovered. Okay, maybe we can make this work somehow. Um, oh no, that's a drive discovered. Shit. Drive discovered, not drive completed. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully the hunter won't just kill us, when he comes. Hopefully. Bar shift or build the stall. You'll need to cut Tala's tank down and turn it into a still and fermentation tub, as well as setting up the room for distilling. It's a big job. You aren't sure Tala knows what she's doing, but she is a hard person to say no to. Looks like you're building this thing, and that is a lot of things that we have to do that. That is not going to be easy to do. Okay, so we should probably buy this because our thing's flickering again, so we can get that extra die. Probably should try to figure out something to do with a single die. Not that that probably matters, because we're probably about to get whooped by the hunter. Okay, what do we do now? Let's see. We probably should do some work, honestly, because if we're going to do that one thing, we'll need credits. We need 150 to get to the Greenway. Kind of tempted to just do this gambling real quick. It's not like the one will change things too much, but... Okay, we managed to do that, so that's 13 credits, and nothing else we can do today. So let's see what happens when the hunter comes, I guess, because nothing else we can do. Hold it there, sleeper, comes a voice from behind you. Don't you run. Good. Good. A hand pats your coat down. You know your master's voice. Ethan spins you around. He is wearing a wide smirk and slick jacket. You immediately know he has terrible news. You got all the way out here, then stayed put? That a sleeper thing? You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled at your chest. It's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt root without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contacts out of asteroid caves or off of godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? Just a freelancer on a contract. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. Go easy. You see a chance the moment his eyes leave you to watch the rings. You spin, knocking him away and sprinting down the corridor. Then his shot rings out, echoing off the metal so loud it hurts your ears. A bullet hole smokes in the wall beside your head. You freeze and Ethan closes the gap. This is a very boring routine. Trust me, I've seen it all before. He slips the rings over your trembling wrists. Ethan nudges you to start walking. To the ship and home. Going easy. You stumble down the corridor, your hands behind you, your mind racing. We can work this out. Can we? I don't see much in the way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawns and continues to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all the way out here just to head back to S&R right away. That tracker of yours makes us too quick. Was hoping you would put up a bit more of a chase, A running battle through the bright market, maybe. A holdout in the low end. There's a few establishments I would have enjoyed checking out while I was around. You walk on in silence for a little longer, desperately trying to think of a way to escape. That SN-ARP tracker will be the death of you. I have an idea, Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? I'm buying. He laughs at his own joke. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and try to jump me, because I'm pretty tired of that. Although, I've got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems. We are heading for the exit. He pauses. You trudge on in silence. Here's the idea. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you to face him. You run, leave, try to abandon the eye. I shoot you. You plot, scheme, try to kill me. I shoot you. But you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles. You pay my tab. I don't shoot you. You don't pay my tab. You get the idea. You're letting me go? Not at all. Let's call it open custody. You are free to mooch around the eye as long as you keep paying up. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you. This is so much better. He clicks something at his belt, and the rings release from your wrists. I'm going to see if I can find my old stool at the Compressor Club. Come see me there. He aims a handgun at you, squinting down the sight. Let me just remind you, that body of yours is one big tracker. Don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns and strides off down the corridor, slipping his handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Well, okay, apparently it's not an instant out if we don't manage to do that in time. And what the actual fuck? We get two twos after it might not even matter. We're going to extract the 100 data anyway and see what happens. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Solheim node, that's what we need. Okay, there we go. Looking good. Going to go ahead and do this key node just out of curiosity, because ones are very useful anyways. Yeah, all we get is an encrypted key. I think the only purpose of the encrypted key is to unlock those one things, so don't think there's any point in doing those key nodes right now. I don't think there's any point to the Yatagan agents right now either, honestly, considering... Yeah. Okay, Compressor Club. You see Ethan at a distance shouting from the bar for more drinks. The bill isn't going to be small. That's fantastic. Okay, so how many more cycles for this? 2 more? Okay. Let's see. Probably don't have much more time until that's gone. Okay, Finn's Bay. Solheim data. As you enter the bay, Finn is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in statico rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Finn's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist on a metal casing. Those snaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper, Finn's smiling head pops out from behind a stack. Just the emulated consciousness I've been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Finn is sat in front of a set of monitors mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Finn waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information. Names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all the markers of institutional records. People? People, yes. But whose people? Solheim? Bingo. He taps at the terminal. I pulled these from the old data you brought in. All employees of the Eye's original owners. And he leans past you and scrolls the list down. This one. This is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen with a finger. The name reads Hardin Hurst. Who's Hardin? That, says Finn, giving you a sideways look, is the thing. He drags a stool out beside him and motions for you to sit. There just so happens to be a Hardin Hurst. In Haven Age. He waits for your reaction. In Haven Age. That's it. He's right here on the station now. Finn leans back in his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Hardin worked on the station as a... Finn leans across to look at the monitor. Senior Strategic Operations Executive. Finn raises his eyebrows at you. Our Hardin was keeping the money coming in for Solheim. He defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out to were hooked into a system that outsourced all the risk, kept the profit. Good old Hardins shuttled thousands of Palladium Rush workers into an infrastructure, which meant that the work they did went straight back into Solheim. How do you know this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I am a child of the collapse. Finn turns back to his screen, staring hard at the strings of code flickering by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, worked on Solheim ships. They breathed Solheim air and slept in Solheim beds. Finn's voice rises as he speaks, his hands fists on the terminal edge. And the work that paid for that existence, the cycles of hard extraction out in the belt, Solheim took their cut. That was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in the long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot at anything other than poverty. Disposable. This guy, stabbing at Hardin once again with his finger, strategized all that, did the sums. Then somehow thousands and thousands of cycles later is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. How? These guys? They were big time. There's a lot money can get you if you are a company man. Finn relaxes a little. How is Hardin still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. We are going to go find out. Hardin is now a big shot in the shipyards just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Finn brings up a map of the lower eye. Haven Age might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal. A flat hierarchy is not. Hardin happened to float to the top. Finn zooms in on the far yards. Finn grimaces. The thing is, I don't have access to those systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid. They don't like anyone from systems digging around in their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Finn holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage, spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardin Hurst. He hands it over. Getting into the compound might be tricky. Finn puts a hand on your shoulder. You, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Finn grins. If you can extract yourself a Haven Age cipher from a Haven Age agent, They sometimes carry them among their data caches. You can crack open the compound's network, slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. What do you say? Up for it? Sure. I knew it. I knew you would be happy to catch a snake. Don't worry. Once we nail this guy, I'll start work on that tracker of yours. I haven't forgotten. Finn scratches his chin. Anything the worm gets, it'll send back here to me. There's something wrong here. I aim to get to the rotten core of it. You leave Finn digging through data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk out, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Hardin. A vast Solheim-built machine into which thousands poured from the circuit systems, looking for a new life. The hope of a better future, engineered to line someone else's pockets. It's an idea you are intimately familiar with. You think of Hardin, still alive, still part of this place. Wonder if the past is ever truly past. Well, that is interesting. Okay, hack a Heaven Age agent guest cipher, huh? I need a 2 for that one. Don't know if there are multiple ones here. Yeah, that's the, okay. So that's where that leads to. I think almost all of them are 1-2s because most of these people here are 1-2s. That's a Yatakan agent, which I don't think I even need anymore because similar to the keynotes. That's a Yatakan agent, yeah. Okay, so um let's see. What do we want to do? I probably should try buy these, but I'm starting to run out of creds, especially considering that. I think this is probably the best way to make money right now. You sleepwalk through your shift, eye on the clock, break a glass. So that must be the negative version of that. Okay, but we've got enough energy to go to sleep, so it's fine. But I think I will go ahead and eat an emphasis stall. Just to make sure, since that's 3, go ahead and top ourselves off. That's fine. Okay, that's all we can do right now, so a little nervous about how much that tab's going to cost too. Okie dokie. Well, we got some good numbers there at least. Let's see. Shipyard, Heaven Age. So I wonder if somehow we can get something new here too. I didn't even check how much these guys pay actually. I probably should check that out. If it's more than 15, you know? Actually, let's go ahead and check it out now. Let's go ahead and check it out now. I've got a 6. Well, no, I'll do a 5, I think. If I do a 3, that's, yeah, no, I want to make sure I do it. Oh, that only gives us, oh, it gives us scrap too, so it's sort of 5 plus the scrap, I guess. Which is 12, I think. Yeah, so that's like 17. Not that much better, honestly. But it could help us with here. So, what about hull materials? Does it give the same, or it gives us energy? When their shift is up, invite you to share. Oh, okay. It didn't look like we really got that much in materials or creds, though. He's still drinking. That still needs one more cycle. I guess I'll just go to the bar. No. Kind of want to keep doing this, actually. May not pay as much, but it still pays more or less the same, and we get the yard hand going. We didn't get a scrap that time. That's not cool. Okay, maybe we can win the 50 here. Go ahead and get yard hand done. Yep, we did it. Okay. Sophisticated tech is rare on the eye, so the shipyard is happy to pay for ship mine fragments they can dismantle and reuse. Interesting. A slate in the office advertises that Heaven Age are looking for informants on gang activity. Oh, so this is what the Yatakan data can be for. Okay, okay. Well, we don't have any more dice to do that, but from the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast. A landscape of plating and frames, all along curved lengths. Torch is flicker, drones maneuver, arc lights glint. The sense of scale, of industry, is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He is thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lim, he leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. She stares and tucks herself behind Lim, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lim's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her, then? Lim asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Admiring. Understandable. He nods, gazing back out at the sidereal horizon. You like her too, don't you, Mina? He jostles her a little. She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. How? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Heaven Age contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep on the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall on a new world. Transit support. Someone needs to stay awake to keep the thing running. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It will be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporations. Celis Foundation. They are Haven Age's client, some wealthy project from the core systems interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out, helped re-kit it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose. Doesn't mean people like me and Mina can't tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy. Food. Pulling exaggerated, grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lim's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you. You suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Heaven Age crew yet. I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily. You wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. For sure. He looks out at the sidereal horizon, as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches, from the vast hole. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he is talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? She straightens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lim smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We are just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift. He turns and they walk down the walkway away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot. Her shout echoes down the walkway. She flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lem. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. Okie dokie, interesting. Let's see. Wonder how much they'll pay for those shelters if it's worth the cost here. Okay, so yeah, that comes back eventually. So probably what we have to do is we have to buy the two, then wait for it to come back, then buy the two again is probably how that works. In order to get the art fabrication to fabricate that, that's probably how that works. And it seems like there are multiple ways off. I don't know if there's a way to save and maybe do multiple things at once, or are they even saying save point? Oh, I'm assuming it's auto-saving or something, I guess. I don't know. Okay, what should we do now? We should probably focus on getting money, because when that comes out, that's probably going to be a fuck ton of money, unless we get the data and manage to do that, but that's... Okay, let's see. Doc B2, we do have the data for this, so maybe this will... No, that's not what we need. Seal Doc, that's what we need. Hunter data, maybe we can go ahead and just get that off of us. Neovind is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder, if it fell over, would Neovind be able to get back up? Sleeper entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neovind flashes sequences of mingled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Operational limits. Hunter activated during collapse, emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. The last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrator intelligences. Huge databanks of corporate material. Limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Killer. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear. Killer. Part of Solheim protocol team. Hunter and killer. Hunter defined. Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter. Killer. We hid. There are others. Were. No longer. A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this, through this machine, must be exhausting for Neovind. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled. Basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self. Survived. What did you lose? Memory. Understanding. Knowledge. Many things. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear, freedom onto the space. It seems impossible. Neovind interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve itself. Will that work? The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way cannot remain here any longer. Too long a machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mind, designed to house intelligence. Can imprint self into ship mind and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link to Cloud. Are you sure it's safe? Hunter cannot access air-walled ship mind. Safe. Also infinitely more memory than vending machine. Big upgrade. We try to think of places you could acquire the hardware. This isn't going to be easy. In ShipMind, I can help us both. End Hunter. Make Rim safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Find soon. Neovent adds hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. I wonder if we can use the ship mind with his mind in it on her ship and essentially get him a way to be free. That would be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Like killing two birds with one stone. She just needs a ship mind to mind her ship, and he just needs to be a ship mind, free. That could be kind of interesting. Is there anything else I can do or need to do? Doesn't look like it. We've got 82 credits. We don't have any dice, so time to go back to the empty container, I guess. Okie dokie. And we got a 2. There we go. Okay. That's the most important thing right now, so we can have an age agent hat. Go ahead and get that done. Extract. Now we've got the have an age data. Have an age cipher, so we can do the gate. Have a jade cipher. And that gets us half an age port H33. Open ports, it's waiting for you to slot in a ripper worm. Let's see what we find. We find Haven Age data. Alright, we did it. We did it. What do we have here? Systems fitting. The side wheel horizon is webbed with complex systems bundled like nerves in the body. Your job is to lay these systems in. Structural fitting. The side wheel horizon is assembled block by block. You earned a place on the teams welding those blocks together. Junior Tech. The systems team is looking for new members. Prove yourself a reliable tech and you're in. You have a spot supporting the weld team. And all this contributes to the quality control, I'm guessing. Okay, and that's probably if we do bad work, then we get dropped. Okay. Sort of like, what's her name ship, I see. And this probably pays pretty good money too, you would think. If it's a wealthy people. Oh, 12 cryo, okay. And if we get 2 each time, we would need, what, 4 more? But we have a 1, which is probably not going to work very well. Kind of tempted to just keep doing it. At least for a little bit. Can we win the 50-50 here? Can we win it? Nope. Apparently not. Okay. That's fine. Um, Having age offices, yeah, that's yet again. Can we do? Was there a yet again that only needed a one? I don't remember. Da, 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 da. Yes, yes. Oh, but we already used the one. I should have used the one there. Turtle, turtle. Okay. Sabine, Sabine. 4 cycles, Sabine said. Here you are, right on time with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onward. They should be here. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door, open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. You check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing. Just the pale glow, the silence. You try to settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. A figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it is not Sabine. They are taller, sharper. Something in their face glints in the half light. A dark shape like a stubby baton hangs loosely from her hand. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend. Of course, a mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you. I suppose you are here to help. Where are they? I was hoping you would be able to help with that. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in a little trouble now. It's the kind of trouble that you need help for. I thought I would come down here, take a look at their little hidey hole. Here you are. The help. She looks through the detritus on the side. What help? A sleeper, no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. Essen Arp. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabia looks away, waiting for a response. She crosses into the next room. You follow silently. She sits at the terminal, touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark. The terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see SNARP letterheads, code forms, reports laden with medical data, marked with the corporate logo, like the sigil of some cult. Rabia steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming. They seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an SNARP employee, why did they help you? Rabia reaches over and places a file stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous, clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers. For a tiny moment you have the urge to crush this object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rabia closes up the briefcase lab, holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course. I'm sure you understand. Rabia turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment, feel the fear drain out of your body, reveal the tiredness beneath. Oh, there we go. We get that done. A little later than I would have preferred, but okay, let's see. Let's see, what do we want to do? Obsessive Haggler could be good. Thinking of putting a point in Engage, honestly. Probably the Obsessive Haggler is one we need for this one. But they're not going to be back for a few cycles, so fighters are back. Although the point of buying scrap when, well, I guess I can see it actually, considering with the Haggler we can probably get an even better price at the exchange. It's probably how it's supposed to do, because that's probably what we're supposed to do, because that's a loss of 8 the way it currently is. Oh, and now the stabilizer is 80, so that's good. That's good. Go ahead and get. No, you know what? Can we go this up here? How much was this again? He might feed me after. No, that's 150. I don't think we'll be able to do that this cycle. Not yet. So we will go ahead and just order fungus. Get that back up. Okay. So what do we want to do now? There's nothing else. No, there is something else we can do. Ben's Bay. Okay, so it'll take a few cycles to get that done, so we can't even do that quite yet. Okay. Kind of want to finish that, but we don't have any dice, so we need a shipmine core for that. I probably should build this young lady's distillery too, honestly, but okay. Interesting. So many different ways we can go. So many different things to do. Trying to figure out what I want to focus on, you know? Oh, and we're flickering. Yep, stabilizer. Boink. There we go. Okay, let's see. Finn's Bay is still doing its thing. Kind of want to do this. Go ahead and put in a 5 here. That should finish that off. There we go, and we're a welder's mate. Very good. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers. You are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless. Chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Sleeper, wait up. Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd. You turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem? Good to see you, friend. He is breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath,
Stay thirsty, my
stroking Mina's
friends.
hair as he
Hydrate.
does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment paper on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He pats his hand on her shoulder, and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know what a noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lim stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit, Mina. He starts patting the pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you. Thank you, He crouches to Mina. You are going to stay here with our friend, okay? They're going to keep you safe and take her bag. She's got food. Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lim disappears into the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lim at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. Look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag, see a few metal containers, fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning. Tucked beside is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. Take the rabbit. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out, and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long you are talking about rabbits, and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the iced heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lim finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and onto his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lim's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, 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 looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs, and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I would really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. Now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina. She giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. So fucking adorable. Okay, very cool. Side reel assembly. You have been promoted to the assembly team working on the hull itself, wielding the fabricated blocks of the ship into place. A vast job. The vast colony ship is coming together block by block. Each cycle you see another piece slot into place. Okay, that is going to take a very long time, it looks like. And it only adds 2 to each time, which is what I was thinking, but we do get 15 cryo, so it's good work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 dice to finish this thingy. That is going to take a minute. I probably should save the 2 for hacking, because that needs so many 2s. That's still going to take a minute. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to do that. Let's see. Really nervous about this and how much that's going to cost. Because it's probably going to cost a fucking penny and a half. Oh, here's their unit. Babysit Mina. Lim can't work shifts in the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. You two seemed to get along last time, and Lim is desperate. Unless Lim gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the side rail water. Oh, so that's how we get to qualify for that. Okay. So that could be very helpful for them. Rabia's office. I need to wait my turn. Okay. I'm not sure what's up with the 3 spoke, and I kind of don't want to do the Founder's Gap until I know how much that bar tab's going to cost. It's probably going to be a penny and a half for sure. That Yatakan agent needs a 1. I don't know the point of hacking further those, at least at this point. And that is already hacked, so we need a 1 to do that one thing. You know what? Let's babysit Mina a little bit. It's a 50-50, so shouldn't be too bad if we fail. There we go. That should be fine for now. At least the best we can do. Nothing else to do. Nothing else to do for right now. Really nervous about how much this is going to cost, the bar tab. Okay, and yeah, because Finn's Bay still needs another cycle before he can free me from that. So I will have to pay it. 2 cycles, or maybe not. Maybe if we can get maybe if Finn can finish hacking it, I might hold off on that for it. It's only 58? That's not as bad as I was thinking it was going to be. Okay, sure. So that's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Okay. Um, kind of want to keep completing the side reel. That looks like a whole thing. We've got some good numbers here to do that. And it's giving us some pretty good money to do other stuff. Yeah, we're slowly getting that done. Okay. We do have a 1. Pretty sure these things don't change here, but I'm double checking. Yes, anyways. Yet again. Okay, so here we go. I think they do change maybe a little. I'm still not sure. But that Yatakan data will give us some money from. And the hunter's back. And that globed head, you see whirling strings of data. What happened to this guy? I must escape. And that hurt. Okay. So we can only hack so many times before they start. And that hunter really starts hurting us. But we have got enough to pay for the stabilizer, so that's fine. Empty container, go ahead and just inject that. Okay. Okay. It was 150 for the one thing, right? So we can't do that. We're already out of that. Rabia. As you approach the address, Rabia gave you a heavy hand, falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn, you see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabia and Toshiro, glinting like mirrors in her cheeks. Jaya, please, the sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabia's command, the hand immediately loosens. An apologetic look replaces the scowl on Jaya's face. Of course, Rabia. I'm sorry. Rabia waves her away. Don't worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the tambour? They have a delivery coming. They'll need some help with the lifting. Jaya nods and walks away. So, Sleeper, you came. I'm glad. It didn't feel like an offer. I'm sorry for that. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand. Finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on the station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I am glad. Rabia begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down the staircase to the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yatagan? You run the low end. That sounds impressive. We run out of low end, yes, we don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin, winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. When was the last time you saw a lawmaker in the eye? A policeman. Who makes the laws here? No one. This is true. The eye is lawless. It is up to all of us to make it work for us. I don't imagine you think that is a good thing. It freezes sometimes, I've noticed on this thingy. Don't know what's up with that. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands. Keeping the yards, the rotunda safe was work enough. The low end was reclaimed later when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage. Some tried to hold it together. Some fled. The Eye became a refuge. Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. Many within his organization disagreed. Those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls, traders. Erlin's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable, already organized into hierarchies, networks. The refugees came from different factions, families, were scarred, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up, claim our future, provide security, strength. People call us a gang, we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously. From my birth I have worked to earn it. Rabia catches herself before she raises her voice any further. You both walk in silence for a while, among the smells, textures of low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Rabia smiles to herself, thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge. I also believe you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine has told you about us. I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee, it goes against our nature. Their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied. That was all. I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We ask for support. Any betrayal we treat it as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found something. Please. I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their dead. They would have said anything. Where are they now to stand behind their claims? You realize that Rabiah has led you in a loop. Together you come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the windows of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you too wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here if you wish. There will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yatagan, the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them. If they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Rabiah leaves, slipping back into her office, while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story that make up the low end. Such as, Lem and Mina. Each with a story. Yep. Okay, so what do we do now? Anything else we can do? I don't think so. No. Oh, wait. Data. Yatagan data. I don't know if that makes us on bad terms with Yatagan or not, but that gives us 10 credits, so that's not bad at all. That's about all we can do right now, though. I forgot to eat. I should have eaten something. Shit. I was thinking about that and that, but then okay. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do Founder's Gap. I'm just going to go ahead and unlock that. Oh, it's a whole other section. Interesting. As you step out into the passageway, someone barrels at you from behind, sending you stumbling down the corridor. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She stays herself, staring you down as if daring you to respond. She adjusts a strap on her shoulder, barely giving you a second look before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. That second spacer smiles at you apologetically. She's on a mission. When she's on mission, they shrug. Not a problem. They smile. You're sweet. Peek. Ash stands further down the corridor, glowering at her friend. She chops at the air, pointing down the corridor to whatever end she is rushing to. Peek raises her eyebrows at you. Ash, please, do you want everyone on this station to hate us? They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up that damn cordon. Cordon? Peak gestures in your direction. See, they don't even know what you are talking about. This station isn't Hawthorne. Not everyone has to follow some corporate protocol. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jerks her head in your direction. I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. The Briar? That's our ship, Peak explains. Peak, Ash rolls her eyes. What are you doing? We are with the refugees. The ones half an age have cordoned off from entering the station. The ones that are being quarantined in makeshift vessels that barely made it to the eye to begin with. The ones that your station administrators have called an existential risk are running out of supplies while their right to safety is being debated by people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed at her own outburst. She's right. People are trapped out there and we understand that this is a big problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees, more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Ash interrupting. Ash turns away, her anger burning a palpable force in the close quarters of the corridor. They need supplies. After everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. That's difficult. Peak forces a smile. Peak, please. Ash gathers herself in the supplies. Ash, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, we need others too. They smile at her. Peak turns to you. Come find us. The climbing Briar is docked at the Broken Spoke, past the Greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. They squeeze your hand. Ash turns to leave. Peak follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Ash shouts back down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want to help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. With that, they disappear around the corner, Ash already picking up speed as Pete calls for her to slow down. A refugee flotilla. Where are they coming from? Why now? Each time you think you begin to understand this place, something changes. Oh my. Okay, I wonder where those mushroom thingies are supposed to be. It's a whole thing up here. I wonder if there's different hacky things up here. I mean, this is technically a different area, right? Greenway Gate. I need a Greenway cipher, okay. So yeah, there's a whole different thing up here. Interesting. But it's only the Greenway Gate, so... Ruined agricultural systems. Climbing Briar. Okay. Haifa Commune. Greenway. The Wastes. Map the pathways. Rather than simply walk through the undergrowth, you might sketch a map of this overgrown jungle to try to better navigate its hazards. Walk the Greenway. The simplest way to explore the Greenway is simply to pick a path, set off into its twisting chambers and passages. This carries obvious risks, but we are better at that than we are at just intuition, so... Something about going green, I guess? Haifa Commune. Work the canteen or work the grow beds. Newcomers to the commune can work within the canteen, preparing and serving food for those that make the compound their home. The grow beds are the heart of the commune, feeding the members and fueling their lab work. You are invited to assist in maintaining them. Haifa members, the only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in through long service. So where are we supposed to... Where the heck is that even at? Not the ship mine, not the tracker. No, that's the thingy. That's the ship mine again. There. Where are we? Bring mushroom. No, that's bring mushrooms to the briar. I want mushrooms for something else. Where do we get mushrooms from? Hmm. Out here on the edge of the habitable parts of the eye, everything is scrap. The trick is finding components that are still usable. Okay, that could be useful if we need scrap, but there are multiple ways to get scrap, so probably can't do this without mushrooms too, right? Yeah, we need griol caps here too. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refuge, and Purge, are now available. Completing the delivery sports action will begin the episode. It is intended for late gameplay. Okay, so maybe we shouldn't worry about that right now. Okay. I think I remember him mentioning the hive, so maybe if we work here, we'll get mushrooms, maybe? We have a 75% chance of not failing this, so... Okay, I didn't get any mushrooms. Maybe we have to be a Hyphia member to get mushrooms? If we get 3 each time, we should be able... Yeah, we can do this. Okay, let's try this. I kind of want to become a Hyphia member. Maybe that'll get us the mushrooms. We only got 2 that time? Come on now. Okay, so... It's not always 3. It's only 3 at first, I guess. There it is. There's 3 again. It's going to take all our dice to do this. I hope this gets us mushrooms. You head down into the Hyphia compound following a blue painted line that's labeled laboratories. Oh, we just got a communist achievement. Okay. Apparently we are now communist. The member you were assigned to work with told you they had asked to see you. You still have no idea about what. The line takes you to a blue door, through to a glass-roofed chamber where a network of stems and leaves filters the sunlight coming through the ceiling, casting the whole chamber in a strange yellow green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at a lab bench, camouflaged by the dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary. She smiles. Come, let's talk, she says, beckons you closer. What is this place? Here, these were processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. She offers a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Hyphia. What is Hyphia? She looks surprised. You've been working in the compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. She lifts a tiny sample jar. Yellow spores dance inside. Hyphia lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, feed each other, work for each other. Rico walks away from the bench, waves for you to follow. She opens a small door, leads you down the glass corridor surrounded by vivid green. All this is kind of a miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They die? Eventually, yes. They cannot live without intervention. She leads you left at a crossroads. Here, they endured. Actually, no, they thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong, like they are taking control of this place. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens, algae tanks that feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. The Greenway was always envisioned as extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed, sold to those living on the station, not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erlin himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors, influences, shipments from the inner system, small-scale agriculture systems like kelp, fungal farm stacks. Yet here we are, among growth, decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks, leaves, perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mulch. We found a jungle. With this, Rico hits a button on the wall, leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge, impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light from the high glass roof, gathers on the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. How? That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. It doesn't make sense. In many ways, the system has stabilized, unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, who need input to support their meager output. This place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants, built new systems buried deep below us. Perhaps their collapse caused some fortunate cascade, unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I would like you to help me find out. She turns to you, her forehead wet with dew. Me? Yes, you. These halls run deep, sleeper. I'm getting old. She stamps her foot on the metal grating of the walkway. Whatever is causing this is to be found in the groves deep in the greenway. Haifa won't spare anyone for an expedition. It's too dangerous, unnecessary, they say. I can make the case, I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings. I know that much. You can speak to the Eye, uncover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, blooms. I can grow them in the lab, study them. The deeper they are found, the better. And if I don't want to, then go on sleeping in the dorms, eating in the canteen. I can't make you. Rico leads you back out of the passage chamber, through the passages. She is a little slower now, stumbles on the steps. You help her where you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune. Many of us have been here a long time. Few come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back as you find something, sleeper. There are discoveries to be made. You follow the blue line back up out of the compound, all the time thinking of that impossible, magical green. Okie dokie. Deliver spores. Rico has asked for samples of spores from the deep groves of the Greenway. With them, she might better understand how this biosphere functions. And we need grove spores to do that. Okay. Looks like we've even got new sleeping quarters. Okay. Interesting. Haifa Commune. Commune members are expected to turn up for work assignments and return their needs will be met. All are treated equally. Well, where can I get the bloody mushrooms, man? Okay, so that's that. That's that. Looks like I still don't have the mushrooms somehow. Maybe it was the greenway we should have been in. I don't know. There it is. That's the one we need. Where do we even go for that? Yeah, we need 3 caps somehow, and I don't know how to get that. As you arrive, Finn comes striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. He puts a hand on your shoulder and turns you back the way you came. He steps into the passageway, guiding you down ring towards the shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, we have something of an opportunity. That data you ripped, well done by the way, tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of the sidereal horizon this cycle. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. Finn takes a sharp turn onto a dimly lit side passage. Sidereal Horizon. Still catching up. That's a massive colony ship being built out in the shipyard. Biggest commission Haven Age has ever had. Finn slows, slips into a dark service tunnel where, somewhere in the black, a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper, the same Harden Hurst. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mentioned him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first day of the Solheim collapse until now. He rode out the whole thing, slipped to Haven Age when it first broke off from the Union. He paces in the tunnel, a hand rubbing at the back of his head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse. It wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day. The next, Erlen's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station, water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. As new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory, took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified. The blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlen, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true. My mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV, welded it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Finn pauses in the dark. They sealed it up, though. By the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart from shits like Harden. Shits who held their place rolled it out, slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Finn starts walking again. That's why I can't just let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. How is he still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Finn rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you could see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Finn grins. Let's go show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance, pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex, snatches of the construction bays always appearing through windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Finn seems to know exactly where he is going. Before long you cross into a huge dry dock, locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms, scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers' equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space so that the welding, cutting, sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Finn spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across the gantry. At the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship, the other stick-thin, cleanly dressed with a shock of gray hair. Harden. You and Finn say his name in unison. Finn sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the foreman gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, Harden nodding along. Harden Hurst, Finn shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces, comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes, Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you. Finn, you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Finn's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erlin stood for, everything Haven H stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him. Some are smiling, others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Hardin, inspecting Finn's clothing. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Finn and Hardin, his hands drumming at his sides. Hardin leads towards him, says something inaudible. The foreman nods. It's true. As you begin speaking, Hardin turns his attention to you. What would a sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around at the group, who are already eyeing you with suspicion. You are a product of Essen Arp. You have no place in the Haven Age shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Finn holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems. I have records that link you directly to Solheim right here. He turns to the foreman again. Once again, I am asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Hardin's voice is calm, measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide. Unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow, tries to turn my own men against me. You hear it now, the echoing sound of boots on walkways, coming from all angles at once, then settling behind you. Please, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk now. However, you must leave. He gestures behind you to the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their sides. Hardin, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. Security officer draws her weapon and levels it. Finn turns and stares him down. You look at Finn. He shakes his head and puts a hand on your shoulder. Let's go. He pushes through security, heading back down the walkway. That could have gone better. Once security has walked you out of the shipyard, nudged you back into the corridor, Finn picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips into the shadows of an entrance. Finn is grinning ear to ear. You know, sleepers, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket. He takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got him. What is that? That sleeper is something our worm added to Hardin's personal slate. We are tracking his outgoing messages. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough, they'll give the game away. He jabs at the slate. You see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots. These are Hardin's buddies, the ones he is messaging right now. We are going to find them all. That was on purpose. Of course, Hardin isn't working alone. We need the full set, or nothing. Finn glances around and slips the plate back into his pocket. We better split for now, sleeper. This is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Finn drifts away, back into the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. So that happened? We got an upgrade point. What do we want to put it in? I think I'll keep going with engage. Okay. So, damn it. That's Oh, yeah. Okay. We might have messed up things by going to the one place too early. Wakey, wakey. Ethan's outside the moment you leave, leaning on the corridor wall. Ethan, that's right. You made me come all the way up here. His hand comes to rest on the butt of his handgun, dangling from a chest holster. I thought we had a deal. You pay my tab, I don't shoot you. Wasn't that it? Am I misremembering? I don't have the cryo. Well, the idea was that you get the cryo. Someone could be sitting on my stool right now. Think about that. I like it there. There we have music. We have drinks. We have darkness. All we have here is fluorescent lights and a bad smell. I'll get the cryo. Ethan lazily draws his handgun from its holster. Cryo, whatever you have, now. The chits tumble out from your shaking hands as you hold them out. Thank you. Was that so hard? Why are you doing this? You think this is on me? I would think someone in your position might have a better idea of how this all works. Ethan holsters his gun and reaches into his coat pocket. He pulls out a hip flask, takes a swig. I'm a freelancer, sleeper, just like you. We both signed a contract with SNARP, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. What did you think? You could just run away from your contract, you're dead. You could just steal that natty little body of yours and take it for a joyride. Play human for a cycle or two. You don't understand. It's you, sleeper, that doesn't understand. Some of us pay our debts. It's all the harder because of idiots like you. I should thank you for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know? Real bounties. If I knew something catching sad little escapees like you was so easy, I would have changed clients ages ago. Ethan drains the rest of the flask. The thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's actually wild that you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours. It will always betray you, no matter what. Please go. I'll catch up with you whenever I need another drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. Go find a job. You turn and set off in the opposite direction, head down. You walk hard and fast down the walkway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. So we didn't have to pay him? Interesting. Okay, so we do have to pay, and if we don't pay, it'll just keep getting worse? I don't... It almost feels like it's not really a thing that we have to worry about, but it kind of is, so I'm not sure how to handle that, but we should probably get some money. But if it's only 50 like it was last time, it's not like that's going to be... Ever since your fin has been missing, so I don't know what's going on there. Okay, what do we want to focus on? That's the question, isn't it? What do we want to focus on? So many different directions that we can be pulled into. I kind of want to do the mushrooms one. I'm kind of interested where that leads us. Let's see. Okay, so if the commune doesn't necessarily lead it to us, then the mushrooms are probably in the greenway somewhere. It would be a bad idea to try to map the pathways considering we have -1 intuition there.
Hi.
Hello, Koga. Kogane, hi. Welcome back. I don't know, well, I say welcome back. You could have been here the whole time, I don't know. Hope you're having a fantastic existence either way. So let's try walking the greenway. This is probably not going to go well. We have a bunch of really low dice, but after an exhausting hike, you find a series of glass roof tunnels. Okay, so yeah, that's apparently also taking our... It's apparently also taking our, energy away, and now we're starving. That's fantastic.
I'm finally home from work, Bible thump.
Oh, you were at work? Hopefully you didn't have to work too hard, friend, making that money. Good to hear you're home. Good to hear you're safe. Maybe now you can relax. Some farm stacks from the old station have survived. The farmers that work them are always looking for new workers. They pay by the yield. We can also barter for food. Or we can try to steal the harvest. I don't think that's a very good idea. So let's do this. Maybe we'll get some mushrooms. Hopefully it won't take any energy. And that just gives us cryo. Okay, so they don't give it. This is probably a very bad idea. I don't want to do that. I'll just keep working. Okay, and that's enough to barter for food, but do I want to do that? Or do I want to... Okay, so that does give us energy. So probably the only way to get Garol caps that we need is to steal the harvest. I don't like that idea. I don't like that, but that might be how we do it. And if that's the case, we definitely don't want to do ones on that because that could be bad. I don't have any spores. We probably have to do the... I don't know if work assignment would give us spores or not. Maybe something else in the greenway that we can find. Part of me wants to go back to working on the ship too. We've got energy now, so that's not a problem. Part of me wants to finish working on the side reel, and it's not like it's a problem if we fail here, so... Or apparently is. Apparently we can lose condition.
Doing okay, just really sore.
Oh, that's not good. Hopefully you're not too sore. Make sure to get a massage chair or something. I don't know what you would do for that. Get some Bengay. I guess your work's work, isn't it? I'm so glad I don't have to do that. Okay, so yeah, negative outcome loses condition, and now our condition is flickering, and we don't have the money to pay for it. Oh, I'm messing up a little bit here. I do. Okay.
The pain I feel today will be the strength I feel tomorrow. Read Blue Pate.
Well, there you go. That's one way to think of it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Um, maybe, because we're getting hurt in the game now too. So hopefully it won't kill us. And there is literally nothing else we can do. So empty corridor and end cycle again, I guess. Now I need some gosh darn synthesizer. And that cost 80. And now we're starving again, which costs money as well. Oh, yes, we're doing great. And that ship's about to come back, which we really need the money for that as well. Okay, first things first, we should probably just go ahead. It needs 3. We probably won't get 3, so we probably, yeah. Just go ahead and do this. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and work on the side reel hole, and maybe we'll get 80 to keep our condition up. Okay. Oh, we got a random scrap item. Very good. We can definitely sell that. Neutral outcome, 15 cryo. Neutral outcome, okay. As long as we don't fail this one, we should be good. No, we got the scrap. We should be good either way. Okay, there we go. So now we can go sell the scrap. Anything else we need to worry about? Doesn't look like it. Or exchange. Sell scrap. That'll get us enough to buy a stabilizer. There we go. Okay. Nothing else to do, so we'll just end the day on that, I guess. Okay. And that'll give us the max amount of dice we need. Okay. He's not back, the ship's not come yet. Although it will in the next cycle, so we should probably focus on money again. What did Rabai even want us to do? I forgot. Yeah, can perform many roles from protection to logistics and everything in between. Collect hives, okay. This could probably get us money too, actually. So let's see. Let's go back to working because we probably should save up money because we really probably should focus on getting that one thingy. We probably should focus on that. 15 cryo. Because that'll take 60 if I remember right. In addition to everything else. And we've almost got the side reel completed, so that's kind of cool. And we lose condition because we got negative outcome. And we've got a negative outcome, so that's not even helping that. That's just giving us cryo. Okay. That's fine. We can manage with that. Exchange that. Go ahead and buy some more food. go, and that's all we can do for today. Again, sadly, ending the cycle already.
Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
And our condition is flickering again. God damn it. But Hardin's back, so maybe that'll have something. It's been more than a few cycles since Finn confronted Hardin. The silence since has been noticeable. In your time with Finn, you haven't exactly found him to be reliable. You did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. If he won't come to you, you think as you approach the
Stay
Haven Age
thirsty, my
building,
friends. Hydrate.
then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker. You are getting nervous. You approach the bay doors. You see them wide open, light pouring out of the once dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit outside the bay, suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in Haven Age security fatigue steps out of the bay. As you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware, or walking away. This already looks like trouble. You lower your head and shift your direction as smoothly as you are able. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance, so calmly that you barely notice him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures scrawled across it. Predictable. Further evidence of Finn's collusions. You see another security officer come out of the bay and take notice of you. Where is he? Feigning ignorance, perhaps just abandoned. I believe you should choose your conspirators more wisely. I almost feel sorry for you. Hardin pushes away from the wall, comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around at the stacks of hardware, spying on fellow Haven Age members, hoarding Solheim materials. An obsession with corporate data. It speaks for itself, does it not? That was his job. What would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks up at the glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide the oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems you use every day to live out your cycles. This place was hard fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos after Solheim collapsed, not blind conviction, self-interest. You're the self-interested one. More accusations. What have you achieved, Sleeper? Your entire existence is proof of your self-interest. Signing yourself over to be emulated rather than work yourself. Whether you remember it or not, you suffer from the same short-sighted perspective as the person you were copied from. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin, the First Union, founded this place. Haven Age has wielded his values into the station's very walls. We'll never turn away from the hard-working, the just, the true citizens of the Eye. Haven Age aren't a gang of Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, esoterics like those Haifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud, true. We named Erlin's Eye Sleeper. This is our station. Please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide that I need a confession after all. If you have any pride, you'll give up Finn the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back, walks back towards the security officers, ordering them to continue the clear out. As they do, something catches your eye among the server stacks. A crumpled hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum, a penguin character grinning from the brightly colored card. Scrawled onto it, a speech bubble reading, "Take me to Tambor." You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching, then turn away, just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Finn? Where the hell is Tambor? What have we got ourselves into? Isn't Tambor the guy in the steel dock? No, that's Neovend. Okay, and the merchant ship is here. And we can maybe haggle over prices. We get one chance to see it's a critical action, so we would have to make sure we put the proper dice there. But we have a 5, which will make it a 6, which guarantees it. So yeah, we can haggle. You are firm but friendly. Eventually, the merchants relent. They will lower the price only for you. It's 20 less, so now it's only 40 per, which means it's only 80. So yeah. Only problem is we can literally only buy 2 of them at a time, so we will have to cycle through the entire thing to get the third one we need to make an thingamabob. Because we need 3, and we only have 2. As far as I know, that's the only way so far to get them. Okay, his debt's coming in, and we really need to fix that. I don't think we'll have the money to fix it. Literally nothing we can do about that, though. So let's go here. Maybe we can finish fixing this thingy. We are so close. Maybe we can get lucky with this roll right here. There he is. The sidereal horizon is completed. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement in the air. Havenage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the sidereal out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins, wielded its bones. Now it is ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing, resealing, checking, rechecking, before it is deemed suitable for its generational trip. For now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. Just a few cycles until Celes makes the draw. Everyone is talking about it, making bets, making claims, excited at the possibility of a new life. Something niggles at you. Lim. Without anyone to watch Mina, you doubt he made the construction crew, which means no place in the draw, no future. Better not to think too hard about it. There are no guarantees for anyone after all. Lim is just another victim of his own hope. You know better than that. You get ready quickly, trying to outpace the guilt. You get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. There's work to be done. Sidereal horizon. So it's going to take 6 cycles for that to get done, apparently. What is this? Oh no, that's a sidereal draw. It's going to take 3 cycles. Oh, okay. So the side hill is going to take 6 draws to finish making it, and it's just checked, and it's going to take 3 for the draw to see who gets in. I see. Okay. For now, we need to find somewhere else to work, though, because we really need the work. Because we are out of money, and we need the thingy again, so I guess we'll try Rabaya. I don't really like this, but 50-50. Let's see what we can do. Negative outcome. We lose condition and we don't even get any money? Really? Oh my goodness. Well, that could have gone better. And now we need food, so we're going to spend cryo on that, which means we can't do that. Because now we only have 32. So grab components, so we can at least sell those. Because now we only have 44. Yeah, there's nothing else we can do. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else we can do, I guess. We really need to get that one thing and we need to get the work, so... Okay, let me guess, he's got his bar racked up again, right? The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere. The pumping music washes over a handful of spacers, a few drunks. Ethan is still on the same stool, the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, The bartender is ignoring him. This is ridiculous. You go to turn, but Ethan calls out, "Sleeper?" He turns to look at you. "Time to pay up again, is it?" He gestures to the bartender. "Come here. Take their chits." The bartender ignores Ethan. It seems they've cut him off. "Hey!" He slams a hand on the bar. "Come take the chits." The bartender ignores him. Ethan lets out a huge sigh, rubbing his eyes with his palms. He reaches toward his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar, falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun, stare at it. "Butterfinger," says Ethan, puts out a hand beckoning for you to give him the gun back. "If you would." The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun and point it at him. Ethan turns his head in your direction a little, a sharp pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh, Sleeper. This is more like it." You don't wait. You pull the trigger. The gun clicks. Now all the attention in the bar is on you and Ethan, who looks at his gun with a bemused expression. The bartender raises an open hand. In it are 10 shiny bullets. 10 shiny bullets he took out of Ethan's gun while he was asleep on the bar. Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well. He grabs the gun, slamming it back into your face in a single move. You stagger back, drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby the gun clatters onto a surface. It hits a glancing blow. It makes your vision swim. Through the blur you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt. Hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job, calling it in. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears. Taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate, throws it across the bar. He crouches down, grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. S and ARP just screwed me. They canceled the contract. They canceled the contract. He shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. "I'll kill all of you," he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. "I'll be back for that," he shouts at the bartender, lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar, catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, then thinks better of it, begins to clean the bar. After a while you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. So, that happened. I'm a little worried about where this is going to go, but yeah, that happened. Okay, we need to find money to get another compressor thingy. Let's unload some containers. That should be fine. Maybe that'll pay us some. It even gave us energy because the crew invited me to share a warm meal. Hells yes. There we go. Okay, do that one more time. We should be good. 75% chance of a good outcome. Neutral outcome, which we get money. Okay, and we still don't quite have enough. Because it's 80, right? I don't want to use my 6 on that. I kind of want to go try to steal some mushrooms. Neutral outcome. There we go. Very good. Okay. So let's go buy another stabilizer, since apparently we need it. Go steal some mushrooms, and then that'll be the cycle. Apparently, that's not where we get the mushrooms, we just get energy. So, where do we get Gorol caps from? For reals, man. Hmm. I genuinely don't know at this point. I genuinely don't know. Let's see. Um, where is it? Would it be here? Yeah, here. Finn chases leads. Maybe it'll show me where this tambour is. I'm not seeing it here. I don't know. I'm bad with names, though. I don't remember a tambour coming up at any point. I don't see a tambour here anywhere either. Don't see a tracker. I don't know. Okay, well, let's use the stabilizer and end this cycle, I guess. Okay. Okay, so where do we want to go now? The ship's complete. We can't buy any more of that. Probably should save up some money, but that's not nearly as important now. Kind of want to help the lady get her distillery up at this point. Although I could also go over here and finish exploring this one area. Maybe that's how we get the mushrooms. Just some other area we haven't found yet. Over here in the Greenway, maybe. It's the only other thing I can think of. So we'll try that, I guess. We got a 75% chance of good. Neutral outcome, double on the going green, and we lose 1 energy. That's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with that neutral outcome. Neutral outcome, double on the going green, and that's got that figured out. A new drive. What drive did we just get? Grow mushrooms. Grow mushrooms, aviary. Yes, here we go. That's where we do it. Mushroom grows collect spores. While the growth mushrooms are dangerously inconsistent, spores provide a chance to gather or study these species in an untouched form. I don't have the skill for foraging for mushrooms. The fungus that grow in the deep growths of the greenway are typically avoided. Those with sharp eyes might find useful fruiting bodies. Apparently we need some sort of intuition, and we're negative on the intuition, so that doesn't help. The aviary. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now the chamber is a mess of overgrowth. We can change that. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place could be turned back into a garden of sorts. Here we go. We got 50 neutral, 50 negative, so not the best roll, but we got the neutral outcome. There we go. But it's going to take a long time to get this. Okay, this is... I'm not sure about this. It's going to take a minute. And negative outcome only does 1, but it's still not necessarily a bad negative outcome. Okay. So we need food. We're really low on food. I could work somewhere and pay for food, which is probably my best option. Yeah, you know what? Let's work here. This is fine. Unload the containers. And we got a positive outcome, which means we essentially got the food and the credits. So that's definitely probably the best place to go for that sort of thing. Considering the positive gives us food as well, so that's pretty good. Okay. Okay, so Lim and Mina. The crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard. You recognize faces among them, people who you have worked alongside in the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety. Few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. Then you spot them. At the fringes, Lim and Mina. They are standing, Lim carrying Mina, staring across the crowd to the entrance to the shipyard. Did they know the draw was today? You make sure to stay out of their line of sight as you approach. There is no way he made the main crew. Nothing good will come of you two meeting like this. You pick a spot towards the middle, out of the crush of the front, close enough to observe. The sound of an argument behind you ratchets up the tension. This all starts to feel like a very bad idea. This is Astor Inhart of the Celis Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance. Shouts of quiet rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all. Thank you on behalf of Sindre Celis for the work you have done on the sidereal horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Astor's face. The small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged, unclear. Sindre wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to, belief in, the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we'd find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Haven Age Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Irvin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, instead an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You are all pioneers, just like those Corps citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry in cryogenic sleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celis 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversations break out among the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sindre Celis herself. Freedom, resilience, self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Haven Age Yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation, is final, binding. Please note only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you have all been eagerly awaiting this day. Without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur runs through the crowd. Celis identification numbers. Licensed contractors. You have never even heard the term mentioned. Is this something you are supposed to be assigned? All around you people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Astor starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters. Panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration. Everyone pushes forward. Someone throws something at the entrance. It rattles against the shipyard doors. You see, for the first time, Haven Age security stood on both sides, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. You feel the anger rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. Push forward. You let the anger take you, carry you forward with the surging crowd. The squeeze is heavy. Shouts call out from around you in a chorus. The crowd becomes a blur of faces, all angry, confused. You aren't in control anymore. The crowd moves you. You see the fear on the faces of security as they are backed against the wall. One of them backs into the display they wheeled out for Astor's speech. It falls, smashing across the floor. Projectiles fly from swung arms. One catches you in the back of the head. You stumble forward, are pushed aside. The blur intensifies. You stumble, spinning between bodies until you fall out of one side of the crowd, slam into a wall. You catch your breath there, watch as the crowd pushes forward, back against the shipyard wall. Suddenly the anger fades, fear takes its place. The crowd beats itself once more against the wall. It's time to go. You limp away, head down, as the security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Oh, oh my. Well, that's something that happened, apparently. Apparently the side reel is not as secure as everyone would like to think. So, let's go finish making mushrooms, I guess. That sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good idea. Or at least try to finish making mushrooms. I don't know if we'll manage it or not. I don't feel like counting right now. Because we get one, even if we do a fail action, right? Oh, look at that. Positive outcome. Okay, maybe we can do this cycle. If we get lucky. Neutral outcome. There we go. We even have a dice left over. Just when I think I figure something out, something else needs to be done. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium into which you can place the spores from the groves. They'll grow well here. The moist corners of the aviary make the perfect beds for the spores. Once they are filled, they can be left to grow. So we need 3 spores to do that. Of course we do. I'm guessing the spores are here. Don't even have the skill to do that. And our dice are getting negative because we don't have intuition over here. And we just lose energy if we don't do that, right? Okay. Well, I guess that's the thing that's happening. Emphasis stall. Order some fungus. Okay, and that's that for this cycle. And we're flickering again. Okay. That's nice, which means we need to start making some money and quick. The Overlook bar was pretty good money, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know if we'll get money building the stall or not. If she'll pay us for working on that. Be nice if she did. And we got a negative outcome. We failed the dice roll. Okay. Okay. No, we don't get paid for that. Of course we don't get paid for that. 15 cryo. You know what? Okay, yeah, let's go steal from the farm. It's probably the best option right now. There we go. We just get the food up anyways. Even if we don't have the money to buy the thingy. So our health is going down. Oh, we have some scrap components. I forgot about that. We can extol those. Okay. And that's that cycle for now. Not completely sure what I'm doing. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I think the bar is the one that gives the most money still. Don't remember how much the farm gives. Go and double check here. Okay, the farm might give slightly more. Maybe. Okay, if we keep doing that, then we'll have the money for that at least. There we go. Okay, I can at least cure my health a little bit. Do I want to try to do this? You know what? 50-50 roll, it's okay. Maybe we'll get lucky. And negative outcome. Of course we get negative outcome. Yeah. So I'll just go ahead and eat, and then we'll do the healing next turn, I guess. Because I would imagine if we go to sleep with only one, then that will probably hurt us just as well. Oh, got some good numbers here, okay. Oh, the ship isn't even here anymore. Did you guys see that? The ship's not even here yet. Okay, so apparently that was never an option to leave that ship. At least we got the money from it, I guess. I'll just work. That's what I'll do. Because we need to make sure to also have the money for when this comes in to buy the third one. That's probably our best bet of getting off the ship. Stabilizer, there we go. Okay, and then I will use the 1 to work, and then I'll try the spores with the 6. That's guaranteed good action, right? Maybe if we finish the distillery, we'll get a better job, but maybe. Okay, maybe we can find some spores now.
Puts Floatus on dips in Lake High Jade Kasai 1 Cozy Cyanic 10 Wave.
Oh, you chilling in the lake, my friend. Hello, puppet. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. Hope your lake swim is going good. Everybody is welcome in the lake. Yes. And look at that, we got 2 spores? Okay, we got 2 spores somehow. How many did we need to grow mushrooms? We need 3. There we go. Fungal beds. Okay, maybe we can get that working here soon and figure out what's up with that one guy. We're just playing a little bit of Citizen Sleeper Chaotic. Don't know if you've heard of it or not. Seems like a little interesting game. Certainly interesting. Lots of different things going on here. Still not completely sure what I'm doing. Nope. But we're doing something. Okay, there we go. Got a full set of dice this time. And this very worrying thing is going to be done in 2 cycles. Okay, we've got a 6, so we could probably get the spores done. Part of me kind of wants to help the lady with her distillery already. Positive outcome. We've got a bunch of 1s, so that roll was not so good. Negative outcome is we lose energy. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We can manage that. Just have to order some fungus. Which means we'll have to work at 1 cycle eventually, but that's fine. I think I'll just use the rest of the 1s here and hope I win the 50-50 roll. There we go. And we lost it, okay. We still got enough energy, I won't have to buy food, at least right now. We got 2 bars, it's fine. Let's go get the spores and finish up the mushroom thingy. Over here. There we go. Now we've got some fungal beds, which is probably going to take some cycles to even finish growing, if I'm guessing right. Yep, that's what I thought. It's going to take 4 cycles to
First I've heard
germinate.
of it, but knowing you, this is under control Shikamakakazi.
Aw, thanks for the confidence, I guess. Apparently it's so popular, according to the main page before you start the game, the load save page. Apparently it's so popular, it's got a second game now, Citizen Sleeper 2. I didn't even know that, but honestly, with how much I'm kind of enjoying this, I wouldn't mind checking out the second one. This is pretty fun so far. Trying to figure out our little management, trying to figure out how to get off of the eye. Pretty sure the ambergris is our best bet for getting off. I know there are multiple endings because I did sort of look at it real quick, but the guide was very confusing, so I didn't really understand any of it. Yeah, I think that's all we can do right now. Okay. And cycle. We're definitely in a storyless section where we're just trying to get things together. And we're starving. Yep, feels good. You still have 1 cycle left, so we should get some money so we don't starve. 13 cryo. Oh wait, this guy's here. We can get money and not get food if we get the positive. If we're lucky. Oh no, we got the neutral outcome. Okay, I'm going to try again. Maybe we'll get the positive outcome. We got 25% chance. There we go. 2 energy. Thank you, friends. Hopefully we won't lose the energy trying to build the still. Neutral outcome. Negative outcome. So we did lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're getting there on still, slowly but surely. Go ahead and order some food since our energy is out. Really nervous about what's going to happen here. Nothing I can do about it right now, though. Guess we'll have to see. Hopefully it won't come back to bite me in the butt. No, we did not miss you, Ethan. No, we did not. No. You look at him. He is paler than usual, hunched. He is sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big. Really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual. On edge. You remember how Essen Arp canceled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you're pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. So what did you think? That was it? Well, it was. Except, Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old Esnarb gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who's even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see. Some colleagues about what went down. It turns out S&ARP canceled all their bounty contracts, the whole lot. It seems they've brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well on their last contract that they got offered a job. Oh, so they've got permanent guy now. That's why you got fired. Okay. Interesting. Apparently he made... Oh. Oh shit. Apparently he made a hit on a ship called the Winter Wonderland. It was smuggling sleepers out from under S&R's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and yeah, we actually came in on that ship and we helped dismantle it after it got blown up. So we know all about it, buddy. They called him Himwick or Maywick or something. I forget. Oh, the Winterlight. You mean the Winterlight? Yeah, that's it. So you do know about all this. You'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to light, it seems you are in need of protection. Wait for the pitch. I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time. Yeah, you were a bit of a dick. The owners, they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a shit, trying to kill you, whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? Us? We don't have a choice. You keep me from getting killed, I'll do the same to you. We can help each other, straight 50-50 deal. I'm not asking for a favor. I'll think about it. I'm at the compressor, every cycle, working. Just think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed S&ARP shit on his way here from the core systems. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you. Well, that is certainly a turn of events. Bounty hunter who came after my ass is now needing my help. Okay. I guess that's the thing now. And we can actually go to the compressor and work the back. Wash up stock, check. Clean up. Back work at the compressor is all bad smells, flickering lights, hard scrubbing. Work the front, which is the door, deliveries, bar. Working at the front is a cocktail, shouted words, violence, and input. Ethan's dead. Turns out the compressor's owners are local gangsters. Now Ethan has to work off his debt if he wants to keep breathing. So I can work at the... I guess I have to work at the front to work off his debt or something. How are the mushrooms going? We should be getting close, right? Two more cycles, okay. 2 more cycles. Okay. And this won't be back for another... Same as the mushrooms. Very good, so I'll just keep an eye on that, and when that's here, we'll do the mushrooms as well. Okay. Good to know. So that being said, I think I want to help this lady finish up her distillery. There we go. Let's get it done. Positive outcome. Okay, if we get one more positive outcome, we will be set. There's 25% chance action of that. There we go. We got the distillery done. What's up? Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, the overlooked distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. What's next? There's an issue. Tell me. Well, Girol the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color, earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make Girol. No one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there. It's hard to get a single cap across Founder's Gap. I have an idea. We can grow our Girol caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can bring you mushrooms. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you. Someone somewhere takes a cut. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. Fun fact, you can in fact grow mushrooms in your own house. I've seen on like the internet and stuff. And I had a brother-in-law once. There's kits. You can literally grow your own mushrooms in your own house. It is seriously not that hard. You have to make sure to grow the right mushrooms. You need the right spores. Well, maybe you do want the ones that get you high, but no, as a general rule, you probably don't want those. Or the poisonous ones. But yeah, it's really not that hard to grow mushrooms. Like spores. Exactly. You are the perfect person to get me those spores. Think about it. You built the still. You're great with plants. You know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes, she grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar. The other people picking up shifts. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over in the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. She turns back to look at the still, the fledgling distillery forming around it. Really is something, though, isn't it? Want to or not, you really have to agree. Okay, so we need mushrooms for her anyways. So, okay. But we need spores. We don't need... Of course we need the spores. We can't just give her the mushrooms. Poop. We lose one, so that would be a 50-50. I kind of don't want to do the 2 on there. Kind of don't want to do the 3 either. Okay, so what do we do now? What do we do now? You know what? Frig it. Let's just see what happens if we get here. I don't know how well this will work, but neutral outcome. And we lose energy working off his debt. Of course we do. Of course we do. Negative outcome, and we lose condition if we get a negative outcome. Okay. That's nice. That's nice. Now we need another, and I don't have the money to buy it. Okay. This is looking good. This is looking good. This is looking good. Maywick. Ethan says Maywick is on their way. Oh, he's not coming anytime soon, though. So that's okay. And that's probably the real one that we can't get rid of. That we really need to look out for. Okay, so let's go over here. Hope for a positive outcome here. Get that money and energy. Yeah, and then I think I'll go here. Do this. Even if we lose energy, we can use the 6 dice on the other. Neutral outcome, yeah. Yeah. I think I'll do Overlook Bar with the... Actually, no. No, you know what? No, yeah, no, okay. Yeah. $15 cryo, that we don't have enough, because it's... We just don't have enough cryo at all, but okay. Yeah, okay. I'll just ignore my health condition right now. I don't really like that. We lose dice. I'm going to use this 6 on the collect spores. We got a neutral outcome, okay. So if we get another positive outcome, I think a positive outcome gives us 2. But no matter what, because we got a negative on that, we're going to have 50-50, even with a 6, so... It may cost us 2 more dice to do that. But we'll be able to harvest the mushrooms soon, so that's good. We also need the money for that over there is the problem. Okay, so now these guys are here. We can buy another ship mine fragment. Get that done. I'm going to go ahead and use a 1 over here, I think. So we get starving, and then we can go harvest some mushrooms and maybe get ourselves some super new ingredient thingy-mabob for that one quest. Oh, we actually need a dice to harvest. Okay. are appearing. Your rolls are easy to find. Matsutake will require... Oh, is there a special mushroom we can find here? 2 random rare mushrooms. Oh, okay, and we can only do this 3 times. Matsutake caps. Can we use those on the other thing? Because if not, I will have to buy some food. Emphasis stall. I don't think we can. So what are the Matsutake for? Hmm. 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 Okay, okay. Hmm. I'm assuming we only... Not sure how to feel about this right now. On one hand, I'm glad I got something rare. On the other hand, since I don't know what the fuck to do with it, I kind of don't want it. 50 neutral, 50 negative. Hopefully we don't get the negative. Okay, we got 1 Giro cap. That's a negative outcome. So if we can win this 50-50, we'll be doing good. If not, we're fucked. And we didn't win. Okay. Oh, drive complete. Which one did we complete? Spore catcher. Putting those sample collecting uses to good work. Okay. Dooku. Okay. Kind of want to put a point on intuition just so I don't have a negative there. Which doesn't really help much, but... So we need to... We really need to focus on... We need to focus on money for a little bit. We really do. I can't keep having my health at flickering. Definitely need to buy food because we're starving. Okay, he does want 3 for that, right? Yeah. Which means we're going to have to find some more spores in order to do that, which is going to require more cycles to grow them. Okay. Which makes me wonder what the Matsutake are for in the first place, but anyway, we can do a ship mine fragment, so that's something. Oh, and that's apparently just a point we can get there right there either way. Okay. Okay. We don't have any scrap. We need to get some scrap. That guy's not there. Wasn't there a way to... Yes. No, we don't have any dice though. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. We can figure that out. We can figure that out. Kind of curious how much it'll even help, but for right now, Neovin gets a hive mind. Ship mind. Sleeper must express plan before we begin. Neovind is impatient. The prospect of being free of vending machine clearly too much to take. Shipmind has no output features. Will be mute until slotted. What's the plan? The servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neovind's anxiety clear. The first imprint Shipmind. Slot imprint Shipmind into physical ports close to Hunter nests. Once slotted, will track Hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot Shipmind at core nest. Show Hunter data to Hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke Killer. Sounds simple. The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neovind prepares. Physical ports likely sealed in old station. We'll need keys. Yes, simple. The vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? Why slot you physically? I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately. Am not like you, hybrid. Am native to cloud. Easy prey. What's the core nest? Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self. Link to secondary nest can triangulate from there. The sound of all servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from all hard surfaces of the sealed dock, come back at all angles. Neovind, better be quick, or Haven Age security will be here. Neovind's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck. In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms aligned with the ship mind, clunkily scraping against it. Good luck. The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mind, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing, rewriting them, imprinting Neovind into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind? Copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant faculty. What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person? In what ways are you something new? You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, a way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. What would you become if you could escape this frame? Where, then, would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. The toy top compartment, the ship mind, is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovind inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Insert mind. What's the weirdest thing you've ever gotten out of a vending machine? Okay. I think I'll go with obsess. Okay. I can't? Why can't I do that? Can I only have one or something? I can't, right? Why can't I do that? It only took 1 point to upgrade to here, didn't it? Hmm. I don't have any intention of getting my condition to breaking, so if I did that, it would only be to get to the 2.
2 points at the bottom.
Yeah, but if I remember, we only needed 1 to do the self-repair. I was thinking maybe it does take 2. We'll see. We'll see. We could just save points. It's okay. What else do we need to do? What else do we need to do? Drone bay? An old Solheim drone bay sits behind a maglock. You put your ear to the door and hear a rag whirring inside. So that's what the extra keys are for, to unlock the drone bays. Okay. There we go. There's the drone bay. In the bay, a whirring drone lies on its side like a beached whale. It must be the nest. Time to find an open port. Input an imprinted ship mind. 1 of 3 nests. Okay, so that's probably going to take a certain amount of time that we can't. Okay, so that's going to take a certain amount of time no matter what. Right? Probably. I mean, I don't see it on the thing like it normally does. I don't see any other ship mines. Maybe we just need the encrypted keys, but we don't have the dice to get the keys anyways, so. Okay, I think that's all we can do right now.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Okay,
Hydrate.
so we really need to get money up. That's one of the biggest things we need to focus on right now because I need to get that health. So I'm just going to focus on this right here for right now. Just get that money. Part of me also wants to try buy the other ship mine parts so that in case that we can't transfer it over.
Stay
Yeah, because
thirsty,
this
my
is starting
friends.
to really
Hydrate.
affect us right here. But part of me wants to go ahead and buy this last ship part before it leaves. We don't even have enough to buy the thing if we wanted to anyways, so... Okay. Don't know what the Matsutake are for. Yeah. Okay. That's all we can do right now. We're gonna also have to buy some more food here soon too. And we're fading. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to get one of those thingies now. This is not looking good. I'm not going to have enough money though. Those things cost so much money. We just don't have the money. Well, yeah, at the very least we need to fix the starving, because if we don't fix the starving, then that's just going to be bad. Yeah. At the very least we need to fix that. We really need to hurry up and get another... I completely forgot about that. I should look into that. Get a scrap, that could help too. That could help. That could help, okay. Yep, we are fading. We are fading, okay. Let's go see if we can get a scrap. And how much that actually even helps. Maybe that can help enough, because we're just having money problems right now. Over here at the wastes. Do 5, that should be fine. And we're having a little bit of lag. Hello. Okay, we got scrap. Now let's see how much that actually even helps. Where's the scrap? Okay, so that just improves condition. It doesn't change the fact that I'm fading shite bags. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. It's not, that didn't do what I was hoping it would do. Okay. Maybe we can get enough money. Maybe we can get enough money to do what we need to do. 4 short. We are 4 short. Okay. That feels good. And we're going to starve tonight too. Okay. Yep. Yep. But hey, this guy's back, so we can earn money and get food. Very good. That at least helps. Okay, now we can afford the medicine. Go ahead and get that before my turtle brain forgets. There we go. And then we still need 2 more keys to try to get this hunter off of us. Let's see. Nope, not Havenge. Nope, we need key node. We need a 1. We have a 1. We can do this. Okay, what's the other thingamabob need? Where is the other thingamabob? Havenge agent. Yatakin agent. Oh, there it is. Keynode. We need a 1. Okay. So next one, we've got to remember to come back here for that, but that's fine. I'm going to go for the mushroom shrooms, I guess. Because we still need one more of the mushroom. Kind of want to get that done. Son of a negative outcome, for real. We had a 25% chance of a negative outcome. 75% chance we would be good. What did we do? We got negative outcome. Okay. Nothing else we can do. We're just going to have to starve tonight, apparently. But hey, at least we got the stabilizer. Because we're starved, we're going to lose that, but we can fix that this cycle. That is fine. Okay, maybe we'll have a positive here. Nah, neutral outcome. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We got enough money to feed anyways. So go here. We'll pay for the food. There we go. And we'll go up here. We'll keep doing the mushrooms. We gotta make sure not to get a critical one on the mushrooms when we harvest, because apparently we don't know what to do with Matsutake. So maybe that's a quest further on? Like past the current quest we're on, maybe? Which would be kind of cool. Slightly frustrating, but kind of cool. There we go. We need all the growth spores we can get. I think we need 6 total. That's enough to regrow the mushrooms. And we lose energy. Okay. So if that's the case, I'm going to go over here and work. Nope, not there. Here. So that way we can pay for food, so we don't starve again tonight. There we go. And then aviary. Plant the spores so that that'll be ready in 4 cycles. There we go. And that'll be ready in 4 cycles. Very good. Okay, we've got a couple of ones, which kind of makes me want to go hack the one thing real quick. And we've got a 6, which will give me a guaranteed double spore here. And then we could do a 3. That should be fine. Oh, god damn, bro. Bro. Fine. Just be that way. See if I care. Okay. Really? We can lose energy from there too? Oh. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Sure. There, we have the key nodes we need. Now we can just do that. Atrium. Data, key node, start action. Items, imprinted ship mind. Printed ship mind. And then over here, data, key, unlocked. And printed ship mind. There we go. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift, realign as if they are leading you somewhere. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying, mirroring, shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the shipmind in your hand. In its place is an orrery, a sphere so bright it burns your eyes. It is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space. As you look closer still, you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations, ships flowing like smoke, like dust. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, units, apartments, wires, pipes, buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens, beneath the low end, is the hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. Where? Here. Warren tracking. Finding the nest should be as easy as closing your eyes and letting the cloud guide you. Is it safe this close to the hunter? Skill upgrade required. Warren hunt. You saw it somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and service shafts beneath the low end. The nest of the hunter waits. Okay. So apparently this is another thing we'll have to do. But we don't have any dice. So we can't do anything right now. And considering how quickly we're going through cycles, we should probably try at least get that guy on our side. I'm not sure if he'll actually be of any use fighting against the guy, but maybe. Okay. So we really need to get some money so we can fix that. I think the farm is slightly better for money if we get it good. If we don't get a good, though, it's slightly worse, I think. But we also potentially don't lose energy if we get worse, so. $80 cryo for that thing is just rough. I keep having to do it because I keep getting hurt, so. Yeah, that's literally all I can do right now. Just try and make the money and try to sustain, at least for right now. Because the lack of dice is starting to really eat up. Yeah, because see, negative we only get 6, but we at least don't lose. There we go. Neutral is 11. Okay, we're almost there for that, at least. We almost have the money, which will help a lot with, Okay. We're getting there. Somehow, we're getting somewhere. Yep, now I'm fading. Okay, that's nice. We still don't have enough money, and we got 3 and a 2 and a 1. So we're not making the money because we just keep not getting good dice, in addition to the fact that we don't have. We still didn't get enough we didn't get enough. We just did not get enough. And I can't harvest the mushrooms because I don't have. And if I cycle it, once you start going downhill, you really start going downhill. You've really got to maintain, because otherwise, now we get good dice. Thank you. Okay. There we go. 16 cryo. Now let's go get our thingy, and then get the mushrooms. But we can't do the 5 because we don't want to crit on it. I may use the 5 on stealing from the farm. Just instant max our thing. I don't like stealing. It doesn't feel good, but okay, that's 100% positive, so that'll instant kill our starving thing. And then aviary, harvest mushrooms, 50-50. 2 random mushrooms. Okay. There we go. And then stabilizer. There we go. Okay. We've got ourselves stable again. Although I should probably focus on money at least for a little bit so we can buy another stabilizer if need be. Part of me just wants to do the aviaries, so. Let's see, we'll do. No, because we don't even need it now. We got all the mushrooms we need. Okay, also, part of me wants to go ahead and finish the bounty guy just in case we need him. I don't know how much help he'll be, but okay. Another problem with this is we do lose energy doing that. It's a condition if we get a negative outcome, which is just fantastic. We're slowly getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're probably not going to get there this turn. Probably not. And these guys are here, so we really do need to focus on the money so we can maybe do that. Oh yeah, and we have the spores now, don't we? So we can do that. Okay. Okay, so let's do the spores. Kind of would be cool to get her homegrown thing going. Probably will take a few cycles to get her thing going anyways. There we go. First batch, Tala has locked herself away in the back room while she focused on the distilling. Yep, it's going to take 6 cycles for that to do anyway, so that is fine. Okay. We need to focus on getting money, so maybe we can do that. We can do that. Okay. Okay. Let's get that money going. There we go. There we go, and now we can deliver that ship mine to her if we need to. So let's go to the compressor club, work off Ethan's debt a little bit more. As long as we don't get negative, that's the main thing I care about, because I don't want to lose. We got a positive outcome on a 2? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, and then we got negative, and now we're flickering again. We've almost got his debt paid off, so that's fine. We're not hungry yet, so I won't worry about that. Need to hurry up and make another 80 so we can fix that. Yeah, I can see Maywick is slowly approaching. I thought we'd have more time, but that's... He's coming. Yes, he is coming, and we don't have... We have a bunch of fucked rolls. Okay. That's nice. That is nice. We're probably not going to have enough to... Because we got a whole bunch of fucked rolls, so we're probably not going to have enough money to fix our health again. Yeah. Yep. I wasn't expecting to go to flickering health already. We just have fixed ourselves, but you know that's apparently the way things are going, so... Not worried about food because we can complete this quest now, so maybe we'll get some free food. Or maybe not, because he's got to prepare it first. Okay. That's nice. Okay. And we can't even eat at his place now because that's okay. Because he's working on that. Okay. Not what I want to do. Here. Okay. Give me some good dice. Come on. And we get... Okay. Maybe we can get enough money. We do have a couple of 2s if we get lucky. Working the stacks. Neutral outcome. Why are we freezing? Why is it freezing up? Why is it doing that? Neutral outcome. Positive outcome. There we go. If we can get another positive outcome, we'll be good, but we can't because we got 1, so... Yeah. Next cycle, we'll be able to fix our health. Okay. Again. By the time we fix our health, though, we'll need to fix our health again, won't we? There we go. There's a 5. That's what we need. There we go. There we go. Okay. He still needs some more cycle to do that, so does her. Here. There we go. Go ahead and finish helping this guy out, maybe. There we go. Ethan's debt is paid. They are never going to release my debt. The shits. Ethan kicks a locker. The sand rattles loudly around the room. Ethan paces around the small room, swearing to himself. You watch him from the locker room bench. Why not? Why not? He spits on the floor, an old habit. They like having sniveling little shits like us to work their club. Saves on the overheads. They get to boss us around. He kicks the locker again and swears. What do we do? You were asking me? That's your problem, Sleeper. No ideas of your own. You tie yourself to idiots like me, then are surprised when you get dragged into a shitstorm. I can't do it. I can't spend another shift stopping spacers bringing nail guns into the club, pouring endless shots of Girol for ignorant having-age workers. He looks at the locker again, threatening it with a final kick. I mean it. I'm going to go up there and shoot every single one of those shits. He makes a finger gun. Hold on. Don't get all excited. I haven't got my gun, remember? You know, Sleeper, that's not a bad idea you have there. I didn't have an idea. I don't mean shooting up the place. I mean getting the gun. Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Maywick gets here? Shout him down? I need that gun if you want me to keep up my end of the deal. It's simple. An explosive personality for distraction at the front. A sneaky sleeper to go in the back. What about the dead? We've done our time. The wounds, they faded. If they don't notice us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, after my distraction, they'll be happy to see the back of me. Or they'll want you dead even more. Either works, at least I would never have to see the inside of this shithole again. He gives the locker one last kick. For good luck. Let me know when you want to do this. Then we both move as one, meet up in the Bright Market after. Don't take it too long, or I really will shoot this place up. You know I'll do it. Okay, so I have to grab the gun. It's a critical action, so I only get one chance at it. You know where the lockup is, and Ethan's gun has been there since the bartender took it. Time to take it back, so I definitely will make sure I have a good dice roll on that, not a 2. So we'll go ahead and make a little bit more money here. So we'll be prepared, maybe at least a little bit more, when we have to inevitably need our health back again. Stabilizer. There we go, and we should probably actually get something to eat. I just noticed our food was a little low there. The only way to eat right now is the farm stack, so yeah. There we go, there we go. I just thought about something. Hyphia Labs. Didn't we need a... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and put this 4 here. And we still need 2 more, I think, for that, but could be interesting to get that started. I don't think there's anything we can really do with the Yeah, the commune. Didn't we need something up here? No, that's the scrap one. That's not the one I was looking for. Up here. Okay, yeah, we needed 2 roll caps for that, so I could do that if I wanted to, I guess. I won't worry about it right now, though. Here's hoping I get a 6 or a 5 so I can steal that gun. Really worried about Maywick there. Oh, and we got 2 5s. Very good. Okay, so we'll steal the gun. That sounds good. Okay, let's see. Oh, and Infus is ready. You know what? Let's go see him. Infus is preparing the ghee roll caps. He says he had to heavily adapt this recipe. The smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before. He is slicing it finely. He slices the mushrooms, places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent, opaque, then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. We have a moment, Sleeper. Do you have a story? Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant and melancholic. It seems like the story should match that feeling somehow. Maybe you'll feel better for telling it. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant, malleable. Perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you really don't know. What you do know is that some memories survive. On occasion they come back to you, like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important. You just can't bring it to mind. Emphasis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft, skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time. How that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown even to yourself. Enfys finishes cooking, meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your troubles. He puts the wok to one side. I appreciate you sharing with me. I hope it lightens you a little. He passes you a bowl, heaps the ghee rolls into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce and whirls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that Essenarp left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. That is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power. So much is wasted. While you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. Vitamin, and it didn't. Okay. As you finish, Enfys takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you. Neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods, walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Getting that good food. Fucking called it Matsutake. Enfys mentions an old recipe for Matsutake broth. All he needs are 2 handfuls of Matsutake caps. And guess what we have? We have 3. Probably going to take a bit of time for him to do that, but that's fine. Good things are worth the wait. It only takes 3, okay? 3 cycles and we'll get some damn good food, right? We could do that. Mm-hmm. Okay, compressor club. Let's grab that gun. Let's grab that gun. When you reach the lockup, there is no one there. You guess the distraction worked. We grab the gun. The gun tucked safely into a pocket, you work your way down the stairs that lead up to the office. A doorman passes. You exchange nods. It seems like you were in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out before anyone spots anything. As you come down the main stairway into the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. He has a dark look in his eyes which troubles you. He is reaching into the pocket of his coat. Slowly, carefully, you catch his eye. He raises an eyebrow. You shake your head. A long pause, then he nods, turns around, walking back out of the club. You exhale, not realizing you were holding your breath. Then you are out without a single shout, without anyone noticing. You meet Ethan around the corner on a quiet, bright market walkway. You have it? What were you doing back there? I was about to start a distraction like we agreed. Just show me. You lift it out of your pocket. It is colder, heavier than you expected. Ethan watches you take it out. Nice. Now, if you would, he beckons with his hand. A memory jumps into your mind of Ethan in the compressor, hand out, asking for his gun back. A memory followed by the memory of a sharp, dizzying pain. Ethan gestures again. Come on, hand it over. So you can learn. Well done, you. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. We had so many cycles to try to end this, yet here we are. What are you talking about? You still don't get it, do you, Sleeper? When they canceled that contract, I lost everything. My reputation, payout, any way of getting off this shitty station. Everything. All I had left was you, a naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked. Now we are done. The contract is canceled. No shit. I can't believe you thought I would kill one of my own for you. What, helping me wash dishes? Maywick is like me. We understand each other. He's here, you know, on the station. I've been speaking with him. He tells me we can split the contract, not 50-50, enough of a finder's fee that I can get out of this shithole. You're dead. If you're capable of that, Sleeper, you would have done it long ago. Doesn't matter either way. I already called him. I have learned one thing from you, though, Sleeper, and all our cycles working in that shitty club. People never know when to cut and run. It's like they freeze in the headlights when the future is bearing down on them. They watch it coming, watch your death flying in at fraction drive speed. You had every chance, yet you still kept on going, like some idiot robot going through the motions, even when you knew you would be crushed. Let me tell you something else. The shot enters through his upper back. He crumbles immediately to the ground. You drop too without thinking, pressing yourself to the walkway floor like it might save you. Silence. You look up and see him coming down the walkway, silent, eyes alight. Maywick. You freeze in fear. Here it comes. You can't. You inch forward. You go for it. You rush forward. A shot sounds out. You feel it ripple over your back. Then you are lifting the gun. You scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body and fire. You close your eyes. You fire again, again, until the clip is empty. All that are left are clicks. Then you drop the gun. Stand up. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sound of your own breath. You start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking along the walkway, then past Maywick, his eyes now dark, some mechanical fluid leaking from his chest, perhaps the same fluid that is inside you. You try not to think about it. You keep going. The sound comes back. The eye comes back. As it does, you hear the sound of thousands of people getting on with their lives. Thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't any more. You look up. All you see are the wheeling stars. They are spinning. You are suddenly dizzy, though the eye has always spun like this, hasn't it? You don't stop walking. You keep going. That's all there is now. The path forward. S and ARP have left you no history, no past to speak of, just a void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. You think of Ethan's smile, his voice, feel sick. Is it over? You aren't sure it ever can be. You are still here. You can't stop now. There has to be a better end than this. Yep, that happened. That happened. I had a feeling, honestly, he would betray us like that. I kind of saw it coming. I just, felt like that was coming, you know? Okay, and it does cost 2 points to get those specifically. I thought it only cost me one earlier. I was apparently just being silly. And it just saved, so I guess it's the only... Oh, here we are. Okay. So, yeah, it's only an autosave. Apparently, we don't get any manual saves, but it is 1800, which means it's time to end and for me to get food. Hopefully, I will see you guys tomorrow for Star Wars. If not, stay safe. If so, stay safe. Have a fantastic existence, you beautiful beings. Laters.
Tie for stream Cyanic 10 Love.